principle of transparency, accountability, and commitment to advancing the public good. With those 3 words, honorable members, I like to declare this meeting officially open, and I will request this committee secretariat to attend the next item, which is the apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. This is Nkululeko Mangweni, the Secretary for the Select Committee on Finance. On our side, Chairperson, we do not have any apology. I see Mr. Ryder, who said he was going to be late, has joined already. Thanks, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and guests. From the Standing Committee on Appropriations, we received an apology from Mr. Tapelo Mohale. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Okay.
Chair. Good morning, Chair and honorable members. From the Select Committee on Appropriations, we had received an apology from Mr. Ryder, but I see he has joined the meeting, like Nkululeko indicated. We also received an apology from Deputy Minister Soripan. He has been requested by the Minister of Finance to attend Cabinet Committee meetings taking place this morning. We also received an apology from the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature. The Portfolio Committee on Finance of Northern Cape is out of the country. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Good
Wendy,
morning.
I see Wendy.
Good morning, Chairperson. For the Standing Committee on Finance, we have Dr. Beck, who will be joining at 10:15, and Mr. Squat will also be joining us later.
Okay. Can I take that those are all the apologies?
Yes, Chairperson. That's all.
Okay. Thanks very much, honorable members and the Committee Secretariat for providing us with the apologies. I now invite the representative from the PBO and the FFC to deliver their presentation. Can we now allow Dr. Janji to start with the presentation? Thanks very much.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good morning to co-chairpersons as well, and members of the committees, various committees, and colleagues on the platform. And I want to start really by thanking the opportunity for us to brief this committee with regards to budget that was presented last week. I'm with the team on the platform, so I'll do some few introduction slides, and then the team will take us through, and I'll come back later with the conclusion slides. Garis, you can go to the next slide. So this is an outline of our presentation. We do focus a lot on the context, but I think also we highlight a few slides around the Money Bills Act and some of the areas that have been highlighted. Next slide. I'll skip the proposed slides, but we'll come back to a general questions time. Let's go to the next slide. Just related to what the presentation is about. I think, Chair, what we want to emphasize at the beginning of the presentation is really the importance of this budget. Given that it's the first budget of the term, and also given that it's a budget that is, term that is faced in the last 5 years of the National Development Plan. So that's really important that we take this into account in processing this budget. It serves as a critical platform to demonstrate the government's unwavering commitment to realize these priorities, including growth, reducing poverty, and really building the state capability. So that's how we look at it, and we feel analysis of the oversight of it should also in line with those priorities. We do see the MTDP is really based on the mainstay of a National Development Plan. We really have to address these key socioeconomic challenges, and this budget really, it has to be within that context, more so that we've seen some of these challenges worsens over the past decade or so. We had a strategy in our view that shows evidence that it has not really been to realize this objective. It's important to highlight this more so that we see that such strategies have not really realize it in globally, realize objectives in globally, and we emphasize the importance of rethinking the strategy if we're going to realize these priorities in the medium term. We also emphasize that, we need to compare ourselves globally, but also ensure that when we compare ourselves to other countries, we have to take into account how they went about realizing those socioeconomic priorities as well. So this presentation does provide that comprehensive analysis, particularly the strengths and the challenges of the budget and how Parliament should go about taking it forward in this regard. Next slide. I think what we did, the method that came over the weekend while we were finalizing our presentation is really our view and thoughts of the importance of providing some of the highlights or some of the issues that the money bills prescribes, particularly in the public interest, Chair and members, around the discussion that's been taking place when you listen to members and other various stakeholders around what is the process of this process in the budget. We thought we should just highlight a few areas there, particularly. That the first stage is to deal with fiscal framework, which we are dealing with in the next few days, and that is followed by division of revenue, which will be addressed by Appropriations Committee, over the next few days post adoption of fiscal framework, and over the next few months, the appropriation bill will come in. In all these three stages, public participation is a required part of that. So I think just going to provide a high-level overview there. And for all these instruments, Parliament or committees table the reports where they accept, reject, and amend these proposals. Next slide. I think in the next two slides, Chair and members, also wanted to highlight or reflect on the debate around the proposed VAT increase, but more so on the process side as well, how Parliament, it would consider processing such increases, but also largely with other revenue proposals that comes into effect as well, which has been a very standing issue over the years. The members will remember. But I think the highlight here is to say, in terms of the Section 8384, there are specific, or the Money Bills Act, there are specific requirements in terms of what needs to be put in place in terms of when considering fiscal framework and what the report should look like, and also noting that the fiscal framework include revenue proposals. Hence, I'm saying I thought we should reflect on this in particular. Looking at Section 74 or the VAT Act does also prescribe to the minister how the minister go about altering the VAT rate and how that alteration will be effected in the system over time. We know, at least when listening to the meeting on last Friday, the government proposed the 1st of May as an effective date. Of course, there are prescriptions. I think what we want to highlight here is the requirements of Money Bills Act in particular that requires Parliament to also, or at least to understand that over and above the fiscal framework, the rates and monetary amendments, rates and monetary amounts and amendment revenue law bills would also be required to be considered, as part of a process before the VAT could come into effect. And I think when you look at the process of the Parliament process over time, since 2014, I'm saying 2014 because that's when the Act was fully implemented, you see that this has happened over time around the third term of the year. Next slide. That is, of course, processing the rates bill. So in a sense, what we see, what we emphasize here, the VAT Act requires that the rates bill, which is the one that I said it often get considered with other bills later in the year, to be passed by Parliament for the proposed increase, VAT and other tax increases to give effect. And I think what we're trying to highlight that there are process issues there where you see that typically normally the tax happens in October, but now if the effective date is May 2025, that also, the point we're trying to emphasize is here that adopting a fiscal framework alone does not necessarily cannot necessarily give effect to the rates bill, or it can necessarily give effect to implementing the tax increase, which should be but the rates bill, which the money bills, would be required to be effected as well to give effect to that. This legislative process passing the rates bill, including the mandatory public participation as well. If the VAT increase takes effect on the 1st of May, as currently proposed, prior to the rates bill being passed by Parliament, it may undermine the Parliament's public participation process or the oversight process as a whole. So that's the dynamic that we wanted to highlight in consideration, and we've raised this in 2018, but it's important that we reflect it as well now. This would particularly concerning as they approve, if they approve, assuming they're approving, the approved fiscal framework would have presumed already reflected increase in revenue that reflects 15.5% thereof. As highlighted by the finance committees in the fiscal report in 2018, the rates bill is a legal instrument, mechanisms for enacting any tax changes in the system. The fiscal framework, the report further emphasized the fiscal framework while indicating the revenue from taxes. It's policy document and does not necessarily a legal mandate to effect changes, or it's not a money bill in simple terms. Next slide. I think the next slide is matter just notes that the fiscal framework has noted from the committee's report then is not necessarily a legal instrument to give effect to VAT increase or any other tax changes. Therefore, does it mean the rates bill must be passed before the VAT increase come into effect? I think that's the question that we put out and to commit to consider as part of the consideration of all the other discussion around fiscal framework. Implementing the VAT increase before rates bill approval would undermine parliamentary, that if it is required to also pass the rates bill, which in the sense that is the case, should parliamentary process consider rates bill, concluding amendments before being passed, then it could not be reversed, which was also another contentious issues in 2018. If you look at the report of the committee, the VAT increase should be implemented, in our view, only once the rates bill also is being passed in line with the Act, and that really strengthened the role of Parliament as an important provide the guidelines on how the fiscal framework would consider taking into account some of this contestation in 2025. So I think these three slides, Chair, members, just to in the public interest, provide some clarity in terms of how the process on the taxes will have to be considered going forward. I'll stop there, come back later. The last slides, next slide. Just the next slide, it's a bit of a, just give a context from which this discussion of fiscal framework will be happening. We do know that we've had a long trajectory of decline in employment and also really decline some of the development indicators over the next past 13 years or so, 15 years or so. So in our view, it's important that this budget is taken in that importance of trying to reverse this trajectory. We're concerned that also the debate around the VAT increase is really not helpful, particularly talk about whether our VAT rate is low. It's particularly that we've not taken into account some of broader macroeconomic and developmental indicators when comparing ourselves to other countries. For example, we do show that in some of the countries that we compare ourselves with, the unemployment is far lower than what we have, and that really requires further rethinking in terms of such comparative as well. We do know that it's important to really consider some of the more distributive measures, particularly understanding the VAT impact, but also some of the areas, context that we realize is the issue around spending in crime prevention is a very important aspect. We do see that the level of post or employed members there are quite lower than what it was before, and we are concerned that that could be one of the reasons why we see crime prevention or crime statistics not going lower than where we want it to be. The last slide. In the last slide, before I give to colleagues in policy, also reflect on the importance of infrastructure, particularly when we look at the education outcome. We do see that the infrastructure in subsidies does decline in higher education, despite the demand in the sector. Also see that in basic education, the level of learner per ratio still stuck high, and we would really hope that the funding that is being put out will help us to reverse some of these challenges. Also, in the health sector, we do see that the doctor to patient rate is also still quite lower, or it's at least in line with what we've set ourselves in the NDP and some of the mechanisms. So within this context, Chair and members will do a presentation. I'll give to Dr. Orlandi to take us through in the policies discussions in line with the budget itself. Thanks so much, Chair. Nelia, do you want to come in? Who's coming? Is it Mapula?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jantjies. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm going to take you through the policy and funding priorities of the 2025 budget. Next slide, Kagiso. So we're looking at the policy priorities of the Government of National Unity. So we see the 2025 State of the Nation address provided a strategic direction for the 2025 budget. As mentioned by the President in the SONA, the actions in the 2025-2029 medium-term development plan will advance the Government of National Unity's 3 strategic priorities, which are to drive inclusive growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, to build a capable and ethical and developmental state. So we see the medium-term fiscal policy proposes a fiscal anchor to support responsible borrowing and spending, an additional 28 billion in revenue in the 2025-2026 financial year through an increase in the VAT rate with no inflationary adjustment to personal income tax brackets and other measures, growth enhancing public investment by ensuring that payments for capital assets at a consolidated level grow faster than inflation, and continued support for the frontline services and the vulnerable by allocating 61% of the consolidated non-interest spending to the social wage, which includes above inflation increase to social grants to help offset the impact of the VAT increase. So the next 2 slides give us tables which show a direct flow from some of the pronouncements made by the President in the SONA to the budget. How does the budget respond to that? So there are, however, certain pronouncements that were made in the SONA by the President which are not directly responded to, and other priorities that were announced, that are indicated in the budget, but they were not announced through the SONA. Next slide, Kagiso. So how does the budget respond to the SONA? We are just looking at some of the pronouncements that are made by the President and how the budget respond to. One, we're looking at the President's announced the expansion of the support for small business, small and medium enterprises for the informal economy, which sustains millions of jobs and livelihoods across the country. So we see the budget responding by saying the Department of Small Business and Development will support about 120,000 competitive small businesses over the MTEF. In addition, government has allocated 313.7 million over the medium term for the establishment of micro, small and medium term enterprises hubs to support businesses. We see another one, for example, the empowering of Black people, women, and persons with disabilities. We see the budget responding by saying the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities is allocated an additional 71.7 million over the MTEF period for operations and public service wage increases, and to lead the Women Empowerment Working Group of the G20. The National Youth Development Agency has been allocated 549.8 million for the National Youth Service Program. And another one, the government is implementing the phase 1 of the comprehensive student funding model for higher education to address the needs of the missing middle. So we see the Department of Higher Education is implementing a pilot student funding model for the missing middle. So the National Student Financial Aid Scheme will manage these loans using funds provided by the National Skills Fund, amounting to 1.5 billion in 2024-2025 and 3 billion over the MTEF period. Next slide. So we see government is working towards the full implementation of the African Continent Free Trade Area, which will tear down the barriers to trade over the continent. So we see there is the budget responding by allocating 55.3 billion over the MTEF period for international institutions and agreements, including the Collaborative Africa Budget Reform Initiative, the Monetary Common Area, and the International Monetary Fund's Regional Technical Assistance Center for Southern Africa. So the President announced that there is an immediate focus in the expansion of access to early childhood development for every child. So the budget is responding by additional allocation of 10 billion over the medium term is allocated to the increase in the subsidy to 24 rand per day per child. So this extra funding will also support an increase in the access to ECD to approximately 700,000 more children up to the age of 4 years old. And we see the SRD grant is an essential mechanism for alleviating poverty, as announced by the president in the zone extreme poverty. So the budget announced that the COVID-19 SRD grant in its same form will be extended up to 2026 March. Next slide. I'll hand over to Nelia. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members. Budget discussions takes place within function groups, which comprise of various institutions across the 3 spheres of government. Institutions are grouped into 7 functions according to the objectives or activities they are mandated to perform. The diagram shows the proportions of the budget allocated per function group, as well as the debt service cost. Although provisions have been made for the COVID-19 SRD grant, it is not included in the consolidated spending in the outer years, hence the decrease in the proportion allocated towards social development. Learning and culture includes basic education, post-school education and training, as well as arts, culture, sport and recreation, of which basic education receives 13.6% of the 19.9% of the consolidated expenditure in 2025-6. Debt service cost is still increasing over the medium term and estimated to reach 17.2% of the consolidated budget in 27-28. Next slide. The diagram shows the changes to the function budgets over the 2020-25 medium term. The largest increase is in social development with 47.1 billion over the medium term, and the smallest increase is 5.9 billion. It is in general public service. In many functions, the increases provide for the implementation of the wage agreement. Amongst others, increases also include additional funding of 549.8 million towards the National Youth Development Agency within the social development function. In learning and culture, the teacher assistance program receives additional funding of 1.2 billion, and transfers to CETAs and NSFAS have slightly been reduced. In the economic development function, the IDC receives additional funds of 1.3 billion for the social employment fund. Next slide. Members, in relation to the additional funds allocated towards public employment programs, as highlighted in the previous slide, a desktop exercise by the PBO on the number of skills development and job creation programs in government identified duplication, poor reporting, and deficiencies within these initiatives. In support of these findings, a DPME evaluation on government's youth employment creation programs found that there are approximately 280 different public employment programs, including youth employment creation programs across the various levels of government. Youth employment programs contributes to employment, but it could not be confirmed that it contributes towards sustainable long-term employment. The programs are largely skills development programs that focus on the employability of the youth, which is not as severe as the lack of new jobs. They also recommended that the number of youth employment programs must be reduced and funding should be consolidated. Duplication of effort should be avoided, and proper reporting and monitoring and evaluation is required. The evaluation also concluded that the need to provide for improved skills amongst youth must be an indication of a failing schooling system. A summary of this evaluation, including recommendations, is available if members are interested. Next slide. So members, the point that we want to bring to your attention is that despite the findings of the evaluation, the National Youth Development Agency still receives funding For the provision of support for entrepreneurship and business development programs, the IDC still receives funding for the Social Employment Fund, which runs sector programs which are already done by the sectors, and several conditional grants and CETAs. The National Empowerment Fund receives funding from a capital reserve fund that increases from 1.5 billion in 25 to 20 billion in 2026 and 35 billion in 27 to increase job opportunities from 10,500 in 24 to 210,000 in 27. The expanded public works program not only implements programs within provincial sectors and municipalities as we know them, but also transfer funds to various institutions for employment creation programs. We don't know who those various institutions are. Another example of duplication is the work done by the National Pathway Management Network versus the role of the Department of Employment and Labour that also receives funding for the setup and maintenance of a database. Over to Siraj, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was trying to turn on my video. Good morning, everyone, honorable members and everyone else in the meeting. I'm going to deal with the economic overview section, and just to start before we go to the next slide, to say that the chapter 2 of the budget review puts forward not only the National Treasury's economic outlook, but provides the economics thinking that they put forward to make a case for their approach to the budget. Now, recently, famously, we saw that the Minister of Finance said that austerity, and by that I think he meant fiscal consolidation, doesn't work. It doesn't cause debt to decrease. And so I think it's worth looking more carefully at the approach being taken and to the within the economics approach taken by the National Treasury, but also then thinking through how that affects at the global outlook and domestic outlook, and the impact that has on the modeling that they do as well. So next slide, please. So just to the quote from the Budget Review 2025 spells out, I think, what is at the center of the National Treasury's macroeconomic thinking. They says a sound macroeconomic framework promotes stable prices and low interest rates, and they then make the example of one of the things it does, which they say it helps the economy be more resilient to external shocks, and they then justify this by saying this affects poor households a lot. And I think, I'm not going to go into that, but that's a question, an issue that can be discussed much more. But they then also say these factors in turn bring down borrowing costs, anchor investment expectation, and boost confidence, promoting economic growth. So at the center of this approach is an approach looking at inflation and stabilizing prices. And I think it's worth us remembering that, all the developed countries and many of the developing countries, especially those that had gotten independence from colonialism after the Second World War, the main goal of their macroeconomic policy was full employment. The goal of keeping inflation low was something that happened only when there was a big change in mainstream macroeconomics, and the focus became prices and price stability and basically inflation and the implementation of inflation targeting. So it's very clear where this kind of approach is coming from. The macroeconomic part of the strategy then that's presented in the budget review is to continue fiscal consolidation while allocating more funds for infrastructure investment. It's complemented by structural reforms that the government hopes will increase the competitiveness of the economy, and interventions that hope will build a more capable state. So therefore, to assess the budget, we have to ask, what is the economics logic underlying the strategy, and will it work? Next slide, please. So the macroeconomic approach in Budget Review 2025 is based on a neoclassical economic theory that is focused on transactions within markets where prices determine outcomes. And generally, this approach unrealistically assumes perfect competition and full employment. So one of the reasons why this approach can't really address the employment concerns and high levels of unemployment is that often it just assumes the problem away. It views fiscal policy as ineffective, and this is very clear from the textbook cases for this kind of economics that have been around since the 1980s. It views fiscal policy as ineffective, and it argues for monetary policy dominance and fiscal policy not really playing a role, arguing fiscal policy can't be used to stimulate economic growth or employment. And it wants an independent central bank for monetary policy. So within this approach, and we'll see also that they push for fiscal rules. So in this approach, it generally treats the government as an untrustworthy intruder into the economy whose interventions distort markets and reduce economic efficiency. And it's important to realize that this approach and its focus on market transactions steers the focus from that of the classical economists like Adam Smith and development economists like those who I think supported the rise of the Asian tigers and the high growth experiences in East Asia and in many other cases where you had high growth experiences. And their focus was on production processes. If you think about Adam Smith in The Wealth of Nations, he wrote about the pin factory and how the changes in the division of labor led to producing more productively and efficiently within that. And that has been one of the focuses of economics since the start of economics as a subject, I suppose. And we see that changed in the 80s to focusing on prices and transactions. The government's role in supporting productivity was another important part of that, especially for the development economists. But again, this was also true for most developed countries when they were developing. They followed this approach rather than the focus on keeping prices stable. Not saying that keeping prices stable is not important, but that shouldn't be the main goal of economic policy. The government's role in supporting productivity, reducing environmental and other negative externalities, and to address inequality through developmental and redistributive fiscal policies. Next slide, please. So what we see that the approach to structural reforms within the chapter 2 of the budget review says that the percentage of working age population that's employed is about 40%, far below the global average. And South Africa is low when it comes to levels of agricultural employment, self-employment, and informal activity. And the solution then is to address this challenge, you need growth and labor demand and absorption. So there's a link in this view between economic growth and more labor demand and more jobs being created. They also argue that several regulatory obstacles hinder South Africa's ability to create jobs, and so part of the solution is also to reduce regulations. And the response to this is that the solution is not as simplistic as suggested in the Budget Review 2025 because of the negative impact of extreme wealth and market concentration and enduring inequality in agriculture. So we have extremely concentrated markets with huge levels of power and extremely high levels of and immense power of large corporations. Is investment and employment choices shape the direction and growth path of the economy. And also, as we see from the IMF and the working paper they put out in 2020, it causes, this was on South Africa specifically, it causes anti-competitive behavior and collusion that negatively affects investment, job creation, and growth. So inequality and corporate power is a major constraint to growth itself and job creation. And then it contributes to low levels of informal sector activity and self-employment because these powerful large corporations that dominate almost all of the markets in the economy end up being predatory. And any companies that show the signs of success or growing are either priced out because they can use their market power in pricing, or they buy them up. That's been an experience since before the end of apartheid within the South African economy. The history of colonialism and apartheid created severe barriers to entry in business and employment, particularly for Black people, that have not adequately been addressed since 1994. The PBO has spoken about spatial apartheid as one example of this, but there are many others that we can talk about. Inequality destabilizes economies and leads to lower growth and employment, and this is taken directly from an IMF website page on inequality. So this isn't a view that's only from people in the center left or center. It's also coming from a broad range of organizations, and it seems to be a common view within the economics profession. The top 100 corporations by JSE market capitalization have made good profits, but generally have not reinvested these profits to grow their productive investments in South Africa over the last 2 decades. Financialization of the economy has also caused an allocation of capital away from productive investment towards increasingly short-term speculative activities in real estate and financial asset markets. And this hasn't only been within South Africa, but also externalizing funds that were realized in South Africa. South Africa has had deindustrialization since the early 1980s. And the industrial base that it's developed has largely been low value adding and capital intensive. So this is also another reason why economic growth and even possibly more investment isn't going to lead to more jobs necessarily. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a graph that was done by Velikazi and Bosio in 2023 who did an analysis of the behavior and choices of the top 100 corporations by the market capitalization on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. And I spoke about how the shape of the economy and its growth path is influenced by the largest corporations. We see that the top 100 investment, the gross fixed capital formation, was 85% on average of total investment for the economy for the decade 2011 to 2020. So we see that happen, but we also see that private sector gross fixed capital formation stagnated after the global financial crisis. What happened with the largest corporations, the top 100, is that they did continue to increase their investment, but a lot of those investments recorded on in their annual reports and other places was through internationalization and foreign investments, large-scale merger and acquisitions. And in South Africa, it was only in replacement of capital rather than expansionary investment in domestic fixed assets. So this is really important to realize about the structure of the South African economy. And when we talk about structural reforms, we don't actually see enough of this understanding of the nature of the South African economy, inequality and concentration. Next slide, please.
Move with the speed, ne?
Yes, I think this is my second last slide. So in terms of the domestic outlook and the things underlying the model, generally the national theory talks about growth as if government spending to alleviate the impact of UPI analysis have the continued fiscal consolidation and increases in VAT is a serious risk to household well-being and consumption, seeing that household consumption now makes up 67% of GDP, and because of the high levels of inequality in South Africa, we do need to see increased consumption by basically the bottom 70% of income earners in this country. Despite the uptick in business confidence in the RMB-BER Business Confidence Index in 2024, overall confidence of the majority of businesses surveyed remains negative, with a low level of demand one of the top concerns, again pointing to household consumption. Growth in South Africa will very likely remain low if the government doesn't spend enough to address unemployment, poverty, and inequality and increase aggregate demand in the economy. An economic strategy focused only on increasing infrastructure spending will not be enough to shift the economy from its current low growth trajectory. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide that I'm going to present, and it looks at the global outlook. And again, within the models, there's certain assumptions, and there's a positive scenario and a negative scenario and a baseline scenario. And I think prudently the budget review by 2026 starts aligning the base the numbers that they get in the base line with the pessimistic review, but I think there's still more to be worried about and to be implemented, and maybe it's the timing, how quickly in 2025 things have changed. So the UN did say that the economy is going to grow at a slower pace than the pre-pandemic era. And we see continued structural challenges globally in terms of weak investment, slow productivity growth, and high levels of debt and demographic pressures. Since the January 2025 forecast by the IMF and the UN and others, trade restrictions have been announced by countries that collectively contributed around a third of 2023 global trade. And unfortunately, this trade war may escalate even further. So the expectations for global growth have soured because the risk that global inflation will increase have increased with the trade restrictions. There may be another round of problems in global value chains and increases in energy and food prices. And the UN warns that climate-related shocks, including heat waves, droughts, and floods, increase risk of crop yields, intensifies pressure on food prices, and endangers shipping channels and hydroelectric power. So the forecast of 3.2% or just around 3% globally that we saw in January are now, I think, highly suspect, and we may see increased oil prices and other aspects that were not necessarily taken into account the modeling we see in the budget review. Thank you very much. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Siraj. Chairperson, honorable members, I'll be taking you briefly through the fiscal policy section, specifically as it relates to the proposed fiscal framework, as well as the medium-term fiscal strategy that was tabled by National Treasury. And my colleague Busi will go into greater detail on the analysis on the proposed expenditure and revenue. Next slide, please, Kagiso. So, honorable members, this slide just provides a snapshot of the proposed fiscal framework, which simply just maintains government's fiscal consolidation strategy, and they aim to achieve a primary budget surplus over the medium term. In our view, we think that achieving the proposed fiscal framework over the medium term appears unlikely, as it's based on optimistic GDP growth forecasts. By the time the MTBPS is presented, we anticipate that National Treasury may revise its 2025 growth outlook downwards. And this is because economies are inherently part dependent, and without any meaningful shift in both economic and fiscal policy, it's difficult to envision how an economy that has averaged 0.7% growth over the past decade can accelerate from 0.6% in 2024 to 1.9% in 2029. Notably, most of the GDP forecasts that have now factored in the fourth quarter GDP, 2024 fourth quarter GDP figures now suggest the growth estimates closer towards 1.4 and 1.6%. In our assessment, we think that growth is over-optimistic because of Treasury's projections, specifically for gross fixed capital formation. So, for instance, we know that gross fixed capital formation contracted by minus 3.6% in 2024, exceeding National Treasury's MTBPS forecast of minus 2.5%. Now, even with the additional 46.7 billion allocated for infrastructure, achieving an 8.6% rebound to 5% in 2025 appears unlikely. Then on the revenue side, past experience, particularly when you look at the 2018-2019, when VAT was increased, it indicates that revenue collections might underperform expectations. And this is largely due to the impact that higher VAT will have on household consumption, on inflation and consumer behavior, or what economists call second-round effects. On the expenditure side, we also know that several spending pressures remain unfunded, which also complicates the fiscal outlook. Next slide, please. Honorable members, on this slide, I would like to make the point that the fiscal framework is not merely an accounting exercise of balancing revenue and expenditure. Constitutionally, the budget does carry significant socioeconomic implications, particularly regarding the government's obligations to progressively realize socioeconomic rights. So while the 2025 medium-term fiscal strategy effectively identifies risks to fiscal targets like the deficit and debt to GDP ratios. We argue that there's an opportunity to broaden the framework scope in order to encompass broader economic and social resilience. In our view, we think that the more expansive fiscal policy framework could significantly enhance household resilience. It could improve aggregate demand, potentially leading to stronger economic growth, while at the same time addressing the pressing needs in the country. The fiscal strategy also emphasizes on pursuing a primary budget surplus during periods of low economic growth, and we argue that this has great implications for long-term trade-offs when you look at things such as inequality, the weakened public services, as well as reduced economic security. The fiscal framework presents a valuable opportunity to serve as a key instrument to help the country on objectives such as redistribution, inclusive growth, structural transformation, and employment creation. And therefore, it is quite important and necessary to evaluate whether the current fiscal approach does adequately support these objectives. Likewise, the impact of the lawnmower or broad-based expenditure cut on deepening inequality, on worsening social services, and constraining economic growth does require a more targeted and strategic approach towards fiscal policy. The extended periods of fiscal consolidations that have been spanning for over 12 years has not delivered on its intended promises of lower debt and lower deficit ratios, and therefore a reassessment of the fiscal strategy is necessary, especially considering the concurrent rise in unemployment and poverty. Finally, the 2025 medium-term fiscal strategy shifts from expenditure cuts to revenue collections, particularly through regressive tax measures like an increase in VAT, which means that government has got the obligation to provide evidence of the potential impact this will have on vulnerable households and overall economic equity. Next slide, please, Kagiso. Chairperson, the medium-term fiscal strategy stipulates that 61% of consolidated non-interest spending over the medium term is allocated to the social wage. Now, this sort of formulation gives an impression that on average, the social wage is high and provides greater benefits to poor households and the unemployed. However, extreme levels of unemployment and inequality, persistent spatial apartheid, corruption, and poor service delivery indicates that the percentage spent on the social wage is not an adequate measure, much like GDP. Furthermore, years of fiscal consolidation have also constrained overall expenditure growth, simply rendering the 61% allocation insufficient to address pressing challenges such as childhood hunger and stunting. In fact, I read an article this morning that pointed to the reality that South Africa is only meeting 2 out of the 8 global nutrition targets. We also know that richer households tend to benefit more from the social wage spending due to their proximity to infrastructure and public services. So, honorable members, essentially what we're saying in the slide is that the social wage percentage alone does not necessarily tell us anything about the quality of services, about redistribution, and about building resilience in the economy. And in this regard, a proposal to expand social security could improve nutrition and enhance access to basic services for the poorest household. I'll give over to my next slide, Lucy.
Good morning, honorable members. I'll be taking us through the spending trends. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're showing the division of revenue and provincial equitable shares. As members know, government continues to try and get the proportion for local government to go up towards 10%, which was the target. We're still at 9.5%, but as you can see, provinces get 41.3% and national departments get 49.1%. I think what is important to note on the slide is that in the NTBPS, the annual growth rate over the medium term was 3.9%, but that's actually now increased in the current budget to 4.8%, and 4.8% being slightly above the inflation rate. So these numbers here are in nominal terms. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're showing real per capita spending per function group. As members have previously noted, the numbers have been continuously going down, but for the first time in this budget in a while, we're actually seeing slight increases from the MTPPS specifically. Now the estimates per capita have increased. At first, total non-interest expenditure was estimated at 22,979 Rand. So that's what we are spending per South African. And now the projection is that it will increase to 23,686 Rand in 2027-28. So this is a positive development. However, as I'll note later on, that we still have significant backlogs, so this investment or increase in expenditure might not be adequate. Next slide, please. In this slide, we're showing real per capita spending per economic classification. Again, similarly, we're seeing positive trends here. Even in the past budget, this was the same. However, the value is actually the same as the MTPPS for 2027-28. And this is particularly because of the ways in which the inflation numbers are changing. But I think what is important when looking at the economic classification table is to take note that the contingency reserve estimates have been revised significantly downward. So in the MTPPS, the contingency reserve was supposed to be 20.8 billion in 2027-28. However, in this new budget, the estimate for 2027-28 is 11.1 billion. In the MTPPS, the estimate for 2025-26 for the contingency was supposed to be 7.6 billion, but actually it's been revised to 5 billion for this year. Next slide, please. Here again, as building on what Tsepo's already said, like we said, there's no such thing really as a social wage. The whole budget is a social wage for everyone involved. And we cannot distinguish who benefits, or we know who benefits more from different infrastructure, but expenditures for everyone. Therefore, the concept of a social wage is that the budget is the social wage. But just to highlight that between 2021 and 21-22 and 23-24, the per capita social wage declined using Treasury's definition of a social wage. However, here to highlight that even though it looks like it's slightly increasing in the medium term, it's important for members to think about the sectoral inflation rates that take place. For example, the Minister of Health recently highlighted that medical price inflation is actually 9.5%. We've calculated the numbers here using the normal inflation rate. So when you're looking at the health numbers, they're actually reducing significantly. So for example, if we say that health has increased by inflation, let's say 4% average over the last couple of years, we've actually eroded it significantly if the medical price inflation is at 9.5%. So it's not really growing as it looks like it is. Next slide, please. In this slide, just to say that we've been talking about gross fixed capital formation, and here to highlight really that there's been reductions here that have been happening. So we've got a significant public infrastructure backlog. Just to show you there that between 2015 and 2023, the general government economic infrastructure has reduced or declined by 39.3%. And across board, you see that there's been significant not underspending or disinvestment in infrastructure spending. So it might look like it's increasing now in the latest budget. However, we need to take note of how there's been significant disinvestment over time. And so therefore, we need to think about how to address the backlog while maintaining and expanding infrastructure in the country. Next slide, please. I'll now hand over to Nelia.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So members, you can note we are now basically focusing on the third priority over the medium-term strategic framework. Members, since the implementation of the first 5-year implementation plan of the NDP, the building of a capable, ethical and developmental state has been prioritized and has remained as a priority for the last 5 years for the achievement of the NDP targets as well. Since 2012, inefficiencies and ineffectiveness within the more than 700 institutions providing services on behalf of the state have been identified. Promises of overarching legislation for state-owned companies, a centralized SOE model, and public expenditure reviews or evaluations that inform fiscal savings, expenditure rationalization, and policy decisions still needs to be realized. Year after year, it is disappointing when the inefficiencies in SOEs and public entities are not addressed, specifically if government continuously claims that expenditure is hampered by revenue shortfalls. After all these years, in fact, 25 years, since the implementation of program performance budgeting, it is disappointing to find that in some instances, the results of expenditure reviews show that data from a variety of sources were examined to try and quantify the level of spending by government and its impact. But perhaps the most significant point is that existing data, both on spending and outputs, are deficient, making it impossible to draw meaningful conclusions. And this comes from some of the GTAC evaluations that they did. Next slide. So members, in addition to the efficiency and effectiveness matters, building state capacity is also understood by government as the efforts by government to professionalize the public sector at the political and administrative levels. State capacity includes a combination of the number of staff as well as improving management, operational structures, systems, and reporting. The AG of South Africa has highlighted that government institutions have not demonstrated quality service delivery, good performance, or financial and compliance discipline. Currently, 11 billion has been set aside for the early retirement of at least 30,000 public servants. The diagram shows that since 2009-10, the number of police per 100,000 of the population have been declining. The same with the number of nurses, of which 27% are over 50 years. Next slide. On 31 March 25, national government had 411,260 funded positions and 4,427 additional posts to establishments, of which 400 and 307 positions were filled. So the question is, do we regard this as vacancies or redundant structures? The majority of these positions are in correctional services, defense, and the police services. Over the 2024 medium term, the police services intended to improve efficiency, rationalize its organizational structure, implement cost containment measures, and improve operations. The results are reflected over the 25 medium term that shows no increases in staff numbers, resulting in a reduction of the compensation budget of 342 million from the previous medium term. The outcomes of this restructuring or reconfiguration process needs to be monitored closely. Another example is the transformation of the South African revenue services that is currently transforming from a fragmented set of internal directorates to an integrated and autonomous body that resulted in increasing revenue collection. This transformation includes the building of a skilled staff base. The success story should be duplicated in other similar institutions. So what could Parliament do in building a capable state? The monitoring of the requirements for a capable state should be mainstreamed within all committees, identify inefficiencies and ineffectiveness, consult with other oversight bodies, ensure clear lines of accountability. Thank you, Ms. And next to the next presenter.
I'm back again, members. I'll be taking you through the revenue trends and tax policy changes. Next slide, please. As members know, there's been 28 billion in additional tax collection that has been proposed. Members know that some of it comes from direct taxes, meaning that there'll be no inflationary adjustments to tax brackets and rebates. As members will remember, for 2 years during the COVID period, we had above inflation adjustments, and then for the last 2 years, we had in line with inflation adjustments. However, this year, there will be no inflationary adjustments, which allows for budget creep, right? So people who are at the upper end of their tax brackets are likely to fall into a higher tax bracket and having to be taxed more. So of course, we've mentioned before that this might mean that there are regressive implications in our tax system. And of course, the biggest discussion is obviously on the VAT increase, which I'll be talking more about in the next slides. However, to highlight to members that in 2020 budget, the government stated that its objectives are to broaden the tax base, improve administration of revenue collection, and lower tax rates and provide relief. So the objectives are seemingly changing, right, with the kind of measures that have been proposed here. Next slide, please. In this slide, what we want to highlight to members is that when you're reading the 2025 budget, the arguments made for a VAT increase look the same as the 2018 budget. So in the 2018 budget, the VAT increase was predicated on arguments that South Africa's rate was below peer countries, that VAT was less harmful to growth than other taxes, and zero rating would mitigate regressivity. Sounds very similar to the current budget that we're looking at. However, there's really a lack of evidence backing these arguments. First of all, about comparative countries, we always need to consider the socioeconomic realities and the developmental objectives of the country and who we're comparing ourselves to and what VAT is supposed to do in our context. There's also this assumption that VAT is less harmful to growth, but this has not been proven. There are a number of studies, however, there's no conclusive evidence that it has the least impact. For example, we know that VAT has a demand side impact on household consumption, which Siraj and Sepo have spoken about earlier. So how do we understand that? And lastly, with the zero rating, the Davis Tax Committee highlighted that zero rating is a blunt tool for equity. That's because obviously people who have higher incomes disproportionately benefit from zero rating. But also lastly, to also say that as Sepo already noted, when VAT was increased in 2018, the VAT collections were actually lower than what had been projected. And actually it was revised for those 2 years particularly. Next slide, please. So in this slide, just to say that in 2018, government committed to a review after 3 years, and it is unclear whether such a review has been conducted. So this raises a question about research evidence-based policy making. In 2021, government was supposed to provide an impact assessment of the VAT on households, and we have not seen the study. We show in our modeling that the members have this paper that we submitted or circulated on tax, but to show that the bottom 2 quintiles of the population currently contributes about 30% of the total annual VAT revenue. 50% of the VAT burden would fall on the top 2 quintiles. So this is really just to show that there's disproportionate impacts. There on the right, we've shown a study that has been conducted by PMBEJD, what shows what the basket or household basket, how it will be impacted. But to also note here, it shows obviously increases in every item of the basket, but to say that they estimate that a zero rating based on what people actually consume, because as much as it's being expanded, it doesn't mean that, you know, the average household consumes all these goods that have been expanded, but to say that they say that it could lower the basket by 59.46 Rand. However, this depends on whether companies are willing to extend the benefits to consumers, and that, you know, there's a study about menstrual products from 2018 that shows that companies did not extend the benefits to those consumers. Next slide, please. In this slide, basically government is arguing, or in the budget it is stated that social grants will be what will be a buffer to the VAT increase. But as to remind members that since the COVID grant, the SRD has only been adjusted once for inflation. So the value of it now is 293 Rand. So it's not worth the 370 Rand that is reported because it's been eroded by inflation. But also to highlight to members that according to Stats SA data on food security, that actually the number of households that are grant reliant who are vulnerable to food insecurity, severe food insecurity, is actually increasing. So compound that with the VAT increase, and even with the zero rating, we have to be aware that vulnerability has been consistently increasing given the protracted cost of living crisis. Again, I've already highlighted on the SRD, but also lastly to talk about the child support grant, which still remains below the food poverty line, meaning that it does not cover the minimum cost of meeting basic food nutritional needs. This grant will, even though it's increasing quote unquote above inflation, it is still significantly low. So we're going from a low base, increasing it. However, the 30 Rand additional will not be adequate to address or buffer those children, particularly from the VAT increase. Next slide, please. Here, as members have this paper, we have proposed alternative tax revenue sources. For example, we've said that the CIT was decreased in 2022, and to say that we need to look at the impacts of that. So it was supposed to be fiscally neutral, but we haven't seen the evidence that actually it was fiscally neutral, what the impacts have been. So if it has not yielded the results that it was supposed to reverse that, we've obviously put forward wealth tax. There we show the numbers of what is expected, or what would be the implications of that at a 0.5 to 1%. We also have spoken a lot about the employment tax incentive and how there's no evidence that it's actually creating new jobs. And of course, this is foregone revenue. And of course, if we cancel that, we could get some of that revenue. Curbing illicit financial flows. You know, the commissioner did speak about this on Friday, but basically to say if SARS really was given some capacity to go after some of this illicit financial flows, there's a lot of money that could be gotten from that. Government actually in 2020 committed again to a systematic reviewing of tax incentives and to repeal or redesign those found to be redundant, inefficient, or inequitable. Again, we still don't have this report. There is no report on the systematic review of incentives, and this is very important because we can afford to cancel incentives that are not doing what they're supposed to. We've also put forward a diversification of tax tools to say, for example, what if we had implemented excess profits tax during the COVID period? Of course, these tools that we are mentioning here are not a consistent source of revenue. However, to say that what if we had done some of these things, windfall taxes, in the future, we could benefit from them. And property taxes in South Africa for higher value homes need to be increased. But not just that, we need to, as part of that restructuring and thinking about the white paper and municipal funding, to think about how property taxes are not actually redistributive currently as they sit in the particular municipalities. Next slide, please. And here, just to quickly go through it, we've also highlighted strengthening SARS. I already mentioned SARS in terms of illicit financial flows, but again, members heard the commissioner talking about how there's over 800 billion in uncollected taxes due to unpaid debts and leakages. So if SARS was given more capacity and strengthened to improve their revenue collection, and of course, SARS is a great example because they have shown how state capacity can be built over time, over the last couple of years. We've also highlighted that leveraging the public sector balance sheet is a way to also gather revenue. So here we highlight the GEPF and the UIF to fund infrastructure, industrialization, and job creation. We also highlight the GFECRA, which obviously members are aware of considering last year. And then we also encourage domestic pension fund investments to reduce foreign capital outflow. We also talk about addressing inefficiencies and duplications. Nelia's already highlighted some of these duplications that happen. So how do we reduce wasteful expenditure? How do we think about functions and programs differently so that we know that we're making a plan for our buck? And then lastly, rethinking the strategy. And I think Suraj Tsepo have already extensively spoken about this, about how we need a new fiscal strategy. So I won't go too much into that, but I think you've heard that we need to think differently about expenditure going forward. Next slide, please. I'll hand over to Mukundi.
Thank you very much. This is the last slide. I'll take less than a minute to take the committee through. I'm going to discuss issues around contingent liability. My colleagues have already alluded to the facts of challenges affecting SOEs. Next slide, please. Yes, on this slide, it's just showing changes in contingent liability. We saw that government guarantee, the portfolio did increase to 491 billion. This is mainly due to Transnet net drawdown of 12.3 billion. Exposure also decreased by 6.1 billion to 439, mainly due to the termination of the Land Bank 8 billion guarantee because Land Bank did come to an agreement with its creditors. We also saw that Sandra's debt was of 6.3 billion was also paid, as well as 3.5 billion towards the Reserve Bank loan guarantee scheme. Next slide, please. On this slide, we just provide an update on some of the key SOEs and the challenges that are facing these entities. Eskom revenue increased by 14%, but due to 18.7% tariff. However, sales continue to decline. There was a 3% decline in electricity sales. The losses continue to double because of various factors like below below. They had initially requested for a tariff of more than 18.7%, so they were only granted that 18.7%, which led to them not being able to recover money from the operations. And also they've got issues of non-payment by municipality condues to AMPA, ESCOM, as well as high finance costs. South African Post Office remains financially distressed, even though it has closed 354 branches. It has 657 branches operating, but it is still facing a number of challenges. The same can be said about Dinel. It struggled financially, but it can now access 914 million, which will also help it with its restructuring, legacy operations, and capital projects. Transnet is still in a financial position as wasn't. Rail volumes have dropped and they continue to drop. Net losses have widened to 7.3 billion in 2023-2024. So, National Treasury or the government through National Treasury did indicate that they foresee that the public infrastructure spending is going to go through SOEs as well as public entities. But then the question remains, if they're not in a good, if they're financially weak out, then are they going to be able to be at the center of this government's plan? Next slide, please. On this slide, we just highlight issues around PPPs. The government is expanding the use of partnerships with private sector to illustrate development. And then from this year, projects below 2 billion will be exempt from a number of processes to ensure that there's faster implementation according to National Treasury. They're also evaluating the unsolicited PPPs bids proposal in an effort to encourage private investment. Obviously, there's a need to provide more oversight on that regard to ensure that that process is not abused. Overall, there's a number of questions with regard to PPPs. I mean, several studies have also shown that it's not the most cost-effective method. There are issues around PPPs then passing the cost to ultimate consumers. So there's a need for Parliament to ensure that fiscal risks are mitigated when delivering this key infrastructure through this PPPs. So basically, in summary, while the government is managing contingent liabilities, the fiscal distress to key SOEs and the high cost of these PPPs may pose significant financial risks that need to be effectively oversight should be provided, sound financial management and strategic intervention to ensure that they are mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Chairperson, my last slide, just to summarize some of the key stories. Next slide, please. It's just to remind members that our analysis highlighted both the opportunities, challenges presented in the budget itself. We know the government's effort to address critical areas such as infrastructure development, social protections, but however, we do reveal that certain aspect of the fiscal framework, particularly reliance on fiscal consolidation and aggressive tax measures, does require further reconciliation by the committee. The socio-economic realities of South Africa, characterized by UP and persistent service delivery challenges, necessitate a more nuanced and responsive approach to economic policy making. In our view, while price stability is important, it cannot be solely focused on as an economic strategy in line with the NTV, particularly the priorities of government has to also be included as part of the strategy, realizing those key strategies. An effectiveness of the structural reform, we argued, hinges a lot on addressing deep-seated economic realities and think about market concentration, historical inequalities. Therefore, we argue the importance of a balanced approach centered around expansion of fiscal framework as is required. And further note that we urge rigorous oversight and overview of the budget modeling, particularly the outlooks, economic outlooks, particularly looking at some of the uncertainties that are put in place, because remember, Chair, this growth outlook has direct implications for the budget or revenue that raises the economy. It is important that we emphasize that the 2025 budget proposals, including the proposed vettings, are subjected to parliamentary process as outlined in the Money Bills Act. This Act mandate the Parliament's thorough scrutinization of these processes, including taking public participation before approving this expenditure and revenue measures. It is therefore important to note that the proposed VAT and other tax changes and any tax changes requires parliamentary approval prior for them to be implemented. This process, in our view, will ensure the oversight of Parliament and the state the role of Parliament in the process. The PB reminds MP as well As the previous finance committees have noted, board this committee, there's a need for the importance, continuation of discussions outside this space where the debate around how fiscal framework or how the picking of it should be done, particularly thinking how to realize some of these socioeconomic priorities. We thank you so much for the opportunities, members, and I would do appreciate for taking a lot of time, but thank you so much for the opportunities. We'll wait for the question. Thank you, Chair and members. Thank you, colleagues.
Thanks very much, Professor Jamji. And I think it was a very informative presentation from you and your colleagues. And I think that is one of the reasons why I couldn't even want to stop you, because I realized that it is important for the public to understand all this presentation, especially on the current situation. I'm now going to allow FFC Dr. Mbaba to also take us through the briefing. Dr. Mbaba?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, and good morning to all the honorable members, to colleagues from PBO and other institutions, and to the commissioners from the FFC who are on the platform, the research team, and my research head as well. Thank you so much, Chair. I want the presentation to be flighted by our research head. Chen, is the presentation coming through?
Good morning, Chair. The host can just allow me to share slides from my side.
Thank you so much. If Parliament can allow us to have the slides so we can co-host it. Thank you so much.
I've done that, Chair. Thanks.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much to the honorable members for the opportunity for the Financial and Fiscal Commission, a constitutional institution, to come before yourselves today to present its analysis of Budget 2025. If you can just go back to the previous slide, Chen, quickly, just for context. The agenda for our presentation, Chair, my role is to just come in maybe on the first point, just to contextualize the Commission's submission on Budget 2025 in line with our constitutional mandate. And then the research team will go through the detail in terms of the other matters, the fiscal strategy, appropriation bill, division of revenue at provincial and local government, and also the recommendations. If you can move on to the next slide. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What is the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and what is its role in this budget process? The Financial and Fiscal Commission is a constitutional institution established under Chapter 13 of the Constitution. Our role is to make recommendations to Parliament, to provincial legislatures, any other authorities in government in respect of the budget process and any other financial and fiscal matters. We advise on the equitable share and allocation of revenue, government guarantees, provincial taxes, municipal fiscal powers, provincial loans, municipal loans, and any other financial and fiscal matters as in the budget process. It's important for members to be aware that any of these pieces of legislation can only be enacted into law after the recommendations of the Financial and Fiscal Commission have been considered. Next slide, please. How does the recommendations of the FFC come about? What informs our recommendations? What lens do we use to analyze or to provide fiscal advice to Parliament? We are guided clearly by the Constitution. The Constitution tells us that when we look at the budget, when we look at any of the money bills, we must use this constitutional lens. We look at the national interest. We must ensure that the national interest is protected by the proposed fiscal allocations. We must look at the national debt and any other obligations of the Republic. We must look at the interest of the provinces and the municipalities to implement their mandates. They must be protected in the budget to ensure that they're able to provide basic services and provide the functions that are allocated to them. So their fiscal capacity and their efficiency in exercising their functions must be protected and guaranteed in the budget as it is guaranteed in the Constitution. Next slide, please. Before we get to the bill coming to the House today, what is the process? It's very important for us to understand what is the process for the bills, the money bills, as they pertain to the Financial and Fiscal Commission. The Commission, 9 months before the budget process, makes recommendations on the division of revenue. These are publicly available. They are published 9 months before. And then 14 days now, that is Section 10 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. Now, 14 days before the Minister of Finance tables the budget, there must be a consultation as mandated in the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act. There must be a consultation with the Fiscal Commission. What is that consultation? That consultation is a consultation on the proposed allocations on the division of revenue. So to make it clear, there are 2 recommendations that the Commission makes in the budget process. First, it's the formally submitted recommendations which were made 9 months before. Those published as annual submission on the division of revenue. The second set of recommendations that the Commission is mandated to produce is the recommendations that emerge during the legislated mandatory consultation process on the division of revenue bill. This consultation process must take place at least 14 days before the division of revenue bill is introduced. And in the memorandum that accompanies the bill must clearly explain how the recommendations of the FFC 9 months before were taken into account, as well as the emerging recommendations that came through the consultation process. These must be in the memorandum. So in other words, then the memorandum must address not just the Commission's initial written recommendations, but also any additional input, suggestions, modifications that came out during the required consultation meeting with the Commission that took place 14 days before the bill is tabled in Parliament. So what does this mean for the Commission? It means that there must be sufficient time for the Financial and Fiscal Commission to review the proposed revenue allocations. The Commission must be given an opportunity to provide detailed feedback on specific aspects of the budget proposals in line with its constitutional mandate. How is that going to be documented? There will have to be a clear document or a process document or a report which captures the consultation. So the consultation is not perfunctory. The consultation is substantive. It's a substantive engagement with the Commission in line with its expertise and with its constitutional role. Why is this important? Why must the Commission, the recommendations be taken into account? Because it is important for the Commission in line with its constitutional mandate to ensure that the allocations that are being made are in line with the fiscal capacity of the country. The allocations must protect constitutional values. So it must be a meaningful analysis of the fiscal allocations to ensure that the proposed allocation basically speak to the constitution in line with those criteria. If you go back, Chen, to the previous slide on the constitution section, yes. So it must be ensure that the recommendations or the proposals that are being made are protecting these rights. These are constitutionally protected rights, which the budget must protect. And therefore, it is incumbent upon the Commission to ensure that any budget proposals meet the muster of the Constitution. Thank you so much. Next slide, to move on to the next slide, Chen. After this one. So, but for today, why are we here today? No, previous that. Why are we here today? So today we are before, not the slide, Chen, the previous one. The previous slide, Chen, the one, not this slide. Please move to the previous slide. Yes, please stop here. So why are we here today as the FFC then? As the FFC today, we are here now to interrogate the bills as they have been tabled by the Minister of Finance, and to provide our analysis. So the question can be asked then, when we look at the division of revenue bill, to what extent was the Commission able to provide full and substantive engagement on that? Given the fact that we are of the view that that 14-day window period where the Commission must provide substantive and meaningful analysis on the division of revenue and any other financial and fiscal matters was not sufficiently implemented. So that is a question now for this House to interrogate, to just say that to what extent is the budget process being adhered to? But for the here and now, what we have to do now is for us to provide what analysis we can based on the tabled documents. And now I'm going to ask the head of our research to go to the next slide to also unpack the research cycle of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. How do we work as a FFC, and why are we here today in line with our submission? Thanks so much, Chen.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Honourable Chairs, Dr. Chair, and members of the Standing and Select Committees on Finance and Appropriations. Just to quickly look at this, our South Africa's fiscal cycle, as my chairperson has gone through quite in good detail of the process of the budget process. And as my chairperson started with the Section 9 of the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act, the process actually starts then 9 to 10 months before the financial year. So you will recall, Honourable Chairs and members, last year and every year, therefore, around May, June, end of May and June, we would have tabled our annual submission for the divisional revenue with our FFC recommendations for the coming financial year. So in other words, our recommendations and the starting point of the fiscal cycle and the budget process actually started last year, May, June, with our recommendations. And then throughout the year, as the fiscal cycle goes by, we first come then to the MDBPS of last year, that would have been 2024, where Section 10 of the IGFR Act kicks into action. Because at that point, it would have given the medium-term allocations on the divisional revenue bill, and as well as the essentially a mini budget, as some of our Treasury colleagues would like to call, almost like a prelim to the final exam at the matric exam that is now. And so it's a process that has got timelines, got deliverables, got legislated deliverables, I might add, and that took us all together in the same boat up to this point. With that said, I think as my chairperson already said quite clearly, is that this process has to be examined or even re-examined to see if that we have indeed been following the law, that we haven't failed our constitution and the constitutional mandate as my chairperson put out in the very first slide. So coming back to this submission, Honorable Chair members, we are in a state of, by all indications of data and evidence, as well as economic research, of one that it can be described as fiscal impoverishment. It is common cause that redistributive policies are essential, no doubt about it, in addressing inequalities arising from market failures and indeed historical legacies. Government's role through the instruments of monetary policy, that is maintaining the value of exchange, and fiscal policy managing taxation and expenditure, achieves redistributive goals by taking wealth from the rich to give to the poor. There's no need to mince words here. But all redistributive policies have costs. The cost of administering tax regimes, the cost of implementing transfers, the cost of incentives, the cost of legislation that we are sitting here today, the cost of time, and the cost of employees. Due to these costs, and careful considerations must be given, an effective and efficient redistributive policy is one that minimizes these deadweight losses in the transfer from the rich, not from the poor, to the poor, failing which is called fiscal impoverishment, where tax and transfer systems exacerbate poverty rather than alleviate it. A tax system that is regressive, and we will prove that in this submission, leads to fiscal impoverishment. A transfer system that is not targeted effectively or incurs high costs, insurmountable costs, increasing costs, also contributes to fiscal impoverishment. So we are here to present to this joint sitting our research evidence-based submission, as I said, to support our recommendations on the 2025 budget. After seeing last week's engagement, we will not give unfounded claims of competence. So we did include, honorable chairs and members might find it it's at your pleasure, the fourth quarter GDP of 2024 in our forecasting model with statistical confidence, not self-confidence. We will not say, go read page something to deflect your questions, because we respect, and our purpose is to serve you, assist you, and provide informed advice to this esteemed assembly representing the people of South Africa. With your permission, let me hand over to my research team to take over the submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chen, and good morning, Chairperson and all honourable members on the platform. I'll take you through the first section of the Commission submission on the 2025 budget, which focuses on the macroeconomic landscape and fiscal strategy. Here, the trends in core and non-core inflation presented provide insights into price changes and trends that impact on consumers' disposable incomes, which is critical to inform inclusive policy decisions. Importantly here to note is that the basket of goods comprising core inflation include essential items, which are food, fuel, housing, and utilities, and public transport. Now, since 2013, the two series of core and non-core inflation began to converge, as you see in the figure. And during the COVID pandemic, we see that core inflation surpassed non-core inflation, indicating that the prices of essential goods was increasing at a faster rate than the prices of non-essential goods. And this points to increasing living costs and an erosion of purchasing power, especially for poorer consumers. So the Commission would like to emphasize here that the near identical patterns of core and non-core inflation trends from the data is evident that VAT exemptions on selected essential products are not sufficiently effective in mitigating the regressive nature of VAT in terms of the household consumption basket. On the next slide, and building on this previous analysis, on the following slide, please. There we go. Apologies. Building on the previous analysis, the figure shows the spending patterns of essential consumption items. Here we look at food, housing, and utilities across different deciles, highlighting important disparities. The figure illustrates that the poorest households spend almost 3/4, 72.8% of their total budgeted expenditure on these two core items. And this is compared to 39.6% of the uppermost decile. It is important here to also note that there's an unobserved disparity in consumption data because not the full budget of the household is shown in this data. It only shows what is actually consumed. So in the upper decile or more affluent households, those households have more disposable income available to them due to their ability to accumulate savings, whereas if we consider the lower deciles, that 70% or more of household expenditure spent on these essential goods is likely to absorb the bulk of their income or the entire household budget, since for poorer households, their consumption is more closely aligned or equal to their earnings. So this analysis provides some critical insights into the socioeconomic impact of the proposed VAT increase and suggests that any price increases in essential items which are encompassed in core inflation will have significant regressive effects on poorer consumers. Thank you very much. On to the next slide. Here, the Commission briefly would like to reiterate its previous findings from the 2024 MTBPS submission that the South African economy shows signs of transitioning towards a service-orientated economy, particularly seen in the growth of the transport, trade, and finance industries. One key point to note here is the apparent inelastic relationship of employment and GDP in the public sector, which is shown in the data, which points to an urgent need to address inefficiencies in the public sector and failures in service delivery. On the following slide, here we move to the macroeconomic projections of the South African economy. Now, the Commission's growth forecast is well below the National Treasury's. The Commission's forecast registers instead at 1.45% for the 2025-26 fiscal year and 1.1% over the medium term. The Commission would like to highlight here that the Treasury's higher growth forecasts appear to be contingent on the materialization of favorable macroeconomic conditions, such as improved productivity and investment. However, in the context of severe challenges, including structural bottlenecks of unemployment, high public debt levels, and high debt service costs that can deteriorate and have deteriorated South Africa's fiscal position, these favorable macroeconomic conditions which would lead to a higher growth forecast are unlikely to materialize. Importantly, the Commission's growth forecast also includes a lower bound growth projection of -1.6% over the medium term, supported by a 95% confidence interval. And this raises severe recessionary risks, which will require decisive intervention to mitigate by raising real productivity in the economy. Having a look at the main budget revenue and expenditure, as the Commission emphasized in its 2024 MTBPS submission, total government revenue has grown extensively and has consistently outpaced total government expenditure has consistently outpaced total government revenue since 2008, indicating a widening fiscal gap between revenue and expenditure and suggesting a path of fiscal expansion. Over the 2025 medium term, there's been no indication of balancing the main budget with debt considerations. And this highlights the pressing need to reach a zero balance budget to prevent a debt spiral from unfolding. Now, the total financing requirements of the government are intensified by debt redemptions. Over the medium term, the government's maturing debt is expected to total 609.8 billion. What the Commission would like to emphasize here regarding debt redemptions, which are a significant fiscal risk, is that while debt redemptions are subject to renegotiation terms, it is worth emphasizing that the maturing government debt constitutes a direct first charge on the National Revenue Fund. So if improperly managed, this could deteriorate South Africa's fiscal position further. Then considering debt as a percentage of GDP, here the Commission acknowledges that rising debt and debt service costs remain a significant fiscal risk. But what the Commission would like to emphasize in this figure in terms of growing government debt, the data here presents domestic and foreign debt as a proportion of GDP. And what we emphasize here is while the government debt is diversified more towards domestic debt, which mitigates exchange rate risks, this does not prevent investors from selling off domestic investments and shifting their capital towards foreign assets instead. Then we consider the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill of 2025 and the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill. What we want to highlight here, firstly, the Eskom Debt Relief Amendment Bill seeks to raise the initial 40 billion provision that was stipulated in the Eskom Debt Relief Bill adopted in 2023, to raise this 40 billion to 80.23 billion for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Now, in the 2023 bill, over and above the 40 billion, there was an additional 70 billion, which was characterized or stipulated as a debt takeover arrangement, which was planned for as a direct charge. Now, this provides the total of the 110.2 billion that we've seen in the MTBPS and the previous budget for the 2025-26 fiscal year. Now, while the Commission appreciates that the provision now to 80 billion amounts to 20 million less than the initial 110 billion envisaged in the 2023 bill, also taking into account that a further 10 billion in 2028-29 is proposed in the current bill. The Commission wants to raise its concern over the lack of transparency created and some ambiguities that have been created regarding the treatment and the intention behind separating the 40 billion and the 70 billion debt takeover arrangement in the 2023 bill. This has created a bit of ambiguity, given that in the previous budget and in the previous 2024 MTBPS, those amounts were totaled and treated the same in the budget submissions. So that the Commission wants to raise some concern over lack of transparency there. And then in terms of the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill of 2025, the Commission just notes that this bill proposes amendments that primarily concern around the two-part retirement system that seek to bring about certainty and some conditionality on members' interests in the three vested components of the two-part system, namely the retirement component, savings component, and vested component. Now, moving on to the fiscal impact of the VAT increase, the Commission analysed the total gross revenue to VAT elasticity to estimate the potential fiscal revenue impact in response to changes in VAT. Now, the Commission's calculations indicate that over the past 4 years since COVID-19, the revenue elasticity of VAT has declined in the past 4 years to its 20-year low elasticity of 0.49. This empirical evidence suggests that total gross revenue lacks responsiveness to changes in VAT revenue, indicating that increasing VAT revenue is unlikely to yield proportional increases in revenues desired to support the fiscus. On the following slide, this is consistent with the findings of the revenue elasticity of VAT. The data here shows that despite increase in the VAT rate in 2018 from 14 to 15%, VAT revenue as a proportion of gross revenue remained flat throughout this period. And this signals limitations of using VAT as a fiscal instrument for generating desired additional revenues to ease fiscal pressures that South Africa currently faces, notwithstanding the regressive socioeconomic impact that was emphasized earlier. Thank you. On the next slide here, the revenue GDP elasticity analysis was conducted by the Commission, and this should also inform the government's fiscal strategy going forward. Although the Commission does welcome the return to a positive tax buoyancy, that is in the 2025 budget, the Commission would also like to reiterate its concern raised in the 2024 MTBPS submission over a negative elasticity or tax buoyancy of revenue to GDP, which may suggest that revenue may longer be primarily driven from household income or increased economic activity or employment, but rather from situations of crisis management expenditures. The FFC's long-run potential revenue. So that being said, this slide shows the Commission's analysis on long-run potential revenue and revenue growth. In terms of the long-run potential revenue, the Commission's forecasted revenue growth at 6.7% over the long term. And we note that this is well below the National Treasury's predictions of a revenue surge of 9.6%. Honourable members and Chairperson, this leads us to the Commission's emphasis on the need for fiscal consolidation and why the Commission proposes 2 fiscal consolidatory paths. The Commission recognises that South Africa's fiscal crisis has deepened with government expenditure outpacing total revenue and emphasises the need to reach a zero-balance budget to rebuild state capacity. The Commission's calculations, which are shown in the figure here, show that the path to reaching the zero-based budget has become far more stringent compared to its proposed 2024 MTBPS submission. The 3-year and the 5-year plan are shown here in the figure. The 3-year plan requires stringent fiscal discipline, capping expenditure growth at 0.2% until 2027-28, after which expenditure may increase in line with the long-term revenue projection. And then alternatively, the Commission proposes a 5-year fiscal consolidation plan where expenditure growth would decrease to 2.9% in the 2025-26 year, and then which steps down to 2.6% by 2029-30. To conclude this section, the Commission considered, on the following slide, thank you, the Commission considered the government's ongoing contingent liabilities, which has been revised upward by 9.4 billion. On the following slide, the Commission just wants to emphasize that Eskom, independent power producers, and Transnet are at the epicenter of government guarantee exposure. And then on the next slide, overall, the Commission would like to reiterate that the crisis in South Africa's SOEs pose a serious threat to national fiscal sustainability through the depletion of public resources and hindering economic growth and service delivery by diverting funds away from other essential areas. Chairperson and honourable members, I'll briefly highlight some of the key aspects of relating to the recommendations of this section, as they will be reiterated again. So here on the macroeconomic and fiscal outlook, the Commission's recommendations centre around the need for a clear fiscal consolidatory path to achieve a zero-balance budget, a re-examination of the socioeconomic and fiscal impact of increasing VAT, the need for strategic realignments to improve productivity and public spending, expediting commitments in the 2024 MTBPS concerning cost containment measures, the need to enhance transparency and address ambiguities in how the government treats public funds, especially those concerning for SOEs in the ESCOM debt relief arrangement, and also reiterates the need to improve the governance of SOEs. Thank you very much to the honourable members and the chairperson. I'll hand over to the next researcher. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members and chairperson. I will take you through the appropriation, the 2025 appropriation bill. Okay, I'll take you through the 2025 appropriation bill, which makes a provision for the appropriation of funds from the National Revenue Fund for state requirements. Before we proceed with the analysis, we would like to bring to the attention of members some of the changes that are taking place within our government departments. So as part of the national macro organization of the government, in the 2025 appropriation bill, the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform was split into two standalone departments, which is the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, while the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy split into the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources and the Department of Electricity and Energy. And finally, the Department of Public Enterprise will be closing. So in terms of our analysis, the table on the slide shows that the total appropriation by vote amounts to approximately 1.2 trillion rand, accounting for 4.7% increase relative to the total appropriation planned for 2025-26 in the previous year, of which we see that the social development vote received the largest share of 25.2%, which according to the Commission reaffirms the government's commitment to social welfare and poverty alleviation through grants for vulnerable groups. On the other hand, we also note that the corporate governance vote received the second largest share of 11.2%. Then finally, we also note that less than 1% of the total appropriation vote is allocated to votes including public works and infrastructure, science, technology and innovation, and small business and development, etc. Next slide, please, Jen. The next three slides on the next three slides, we touch on budget deviations, looking into the 2023-24 relative to the 2024 and 2025 budgets. So based on this portion of analysis, we note that basic education vote will see an upward revision of 4.3% in 2025-26 relative to what was outlined in the 2024 budget. This reflects a commitment to early childhood development with about 10 billion rand allocated over the medium term. The Commission notes that the allocation for ECD for 2025-26 has increased by 2.3 billion in the 2025 appropriation bill relative to its baseline. But then the Commission is also concerned that the workbooks and learner materials, LTSM, has reduced by 84 million rand, presenting potential disjoints in learning outcomes. The allocation to the health vote is projected to increase by 1.7% from 63.7 billion that was announced in the 2024 MTEF to 64.8 billion in the 2025 budget, despite a marginal underspending in 2023-24. A substantial portion of this increment is earmarked for supporting the employment of medical doctors, increasing the availability of medical supplies, and the preparatory work for the National Health Insurance, which is in line with the Commission's recommendation in its submission on the Division of Revenue 2021-22. With regards to higher education, the vote sees a minimal 0.2% increase for 2025-26 relative to its original baseline, following an underspending in 2023-24, suggesting a misalignment with the Department of Higher Education's rollout of the Missing Middle Student Loan Program worth unpacking. Additionally, we also note that NSFAS transfers will decline from 55 55.8 billion, which was stated in the 2024 budget, to 55.4 billion, which is stated in the 2025 budget. However, the Commission remains concerned about the maladministration at NSFAS, highlighting the need for improved governance, financial controls, and transparency. Furthermore, shifting the missing middle funding to loans rather than grants may increase a financial strain on graduates. So lastly, we also note that the defense vote increased by 4% compared to what was stated in the 2024 budget. And this increase is primarily associated with the 1.8 billion rand in the 2025-26 budget for the deployment of the South African National Defence Force troops in the Democratic Republic of Congo through Operation Tiba, as mentioned in the 2025 budget. Next slide, Chen, please. On this slide, we note that the Office of the Chief Justice vote received an upward revision of 19.7% for the 2025-26. The focus of this expenditure for 2025-26 and over the medium term will be on modernizing processes in the superior courts, enhancing capacity in the superior courts, addressing the historical funding shortfall on compensation of employees, and covering operational costs as outlined in the 2025 budget review. The Commission knows the intention to modernize the court infrastructure, but is then concerned about the low efficiencies of magistrate courts in particular that are largely driven by the quality of magistrates, as highlighted in the FFC's recommendation for the Division of Revenue 2025-26. In line with the 2025 SONA, the police vote, we also note that the police vote shows an increase of 1.3% in the 2025-26 as compared to the 2024 MTEF, which with indications of growth being maintained over the rest of the 2025 MTEF. The Commission calls for heightened focus on combating cyber crime, extortion, and protection racketeering as identified to be prevalent in the 2023 Global Crime Index. With regards to mineral resources, we also note a 6% increase in the 2025-26 baseline, despite underspending in 2023-24. And this particular increment is earmarked for implementing a new modern and transparent mining rights system to enable the issuance of about 600 mining licenses to historically disadvantaged South Africans, and also rehabilitating dilapidated and ownless mines. And finally, we also note that the Home Affairs vote is set to increase by 3% in the 2025-26 relative to its original baseline in the 2024 MTEF. The Commission notes the government's effort in devising strategies to strengthen border security and improve management of ports of entry by reallocating 909 million over the 2025-26 MTEF period from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to the Border Management Authority under Home Affairs, as stated in the 2025 budget. The Commission therefore welcomes the government's decision and is of the view that this funding will help improve the management of infrastructure at the ports of entry. I'll hand over to my colleague Fabrice to continue with the rest of the section, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. So I'll just take you through the next set of select votes that we looked at. So as you'll see on the slide, despite the 2025 budget's focus on infrastructure-led growth, the Public Works and Infrastructure vote sees a 3.6% reduction in 25-26 when compared to what was outlined in the 2024 MTEF. This follows on from a 5.4% underspending in 23-24. Now, this reduction in 25-26 aligns with a close to 18 million reduction for the expanded public works program. And the Commission notes that this could reduce job opportunities. Looking at the social development vote, it gets a 6.9% addition in 25-26 relative to the 2024 appropriation. Now, this is following on from a 1.4% underspending that occurred in 23-24. Now, the Commission would like to highlight that the inconsistent budgeting between actual spending and financial planning reflects inconsistencies that are experienced with the payouts of grants and fiscal uncertainty. When looking at 25-26, the addition mostly reflects the extension of the SRD grant for another year. And what is also worth noting is that the government has allocated an additional 300 million towards administrating this grant, which brings into question the function, roles, and responsibilities of the Department of Social Development. Finally, women, youth, and persons with disabilities vote gets the largest addition or adjustment for 25-26 at over 70%. Now, this reflects an increase, or this can be attributed to the fact that 555 million has been allocated to the National Youth Development Agency under the Presidential Employment Initiative as outlined in the 25 budget review. When looking at direct charges, what we'll see is that they constitute as much as the total appropriation by national vote at 1.1 trillion for the 25-26 fiscal year. And this comprised mainly of provincial equitable share at close to 57% of the direct charges and debt servicing costs at 38%. Now, when it comes to the direct charges against the National Revenue Fund, what you see on the chart is that there's been an upward revision of 2.2% in 25-26 relative to the baseline that was originally set out in the 2024 MTEF for the fiscal year. Now, this budget response and planning is consistent with an overspending of 4.3% that occurred in the 23-24 fiscal year relative to the budget. Now, despite the data showing large fluctuations in the president and deputy president salaries, as well as for the International Oil Compensation Fund, which is intended to provide for financial compensation in the event of oil pollution, these direct charges against the National Revenue Fund are relatively small when compared to other allocations. Notably, the data also shows that there's been an under-budgeting or underspending of 4.6% for debt service cost in 23-24. So this means that the 2.5% upward revision for its 2024 MTEF baseline for the 25-26 financial year may not be adequate. Lastly, provincial equitable share shows that spending pressure as seen over the over expenditure of 3.1% relative to its budget in the 23-24 financial year. As such, the minor upward revision for 25-26 may not be sufficient to meet its spending needs. Looking at the public sector pension and related payments bill, which aims to facilitate the payment of public sector pensions that predate the current retirement policy framework, the Commission would like to highlight that it is essential for the responsibilities of the employer, the government employees pension fund, and employees are clearly defined as policies, procedures, and processes. The employer's primary responsibility should continue to be that of the deduction of pension contributions from employee salaries and the timely transfer of these funds to the GEPF. Employees should be expected to maintain their pension contributions until opting for early retirement. Moreover, the GPEF, in conjunction with National Treasury, should manage the pension fund and the fiscus with clear distinctions between what have been early withdrawals and those that are fiscal savings to mitigate the impacts on the National Revenue Fund. On this slide, we'd just like to highlight the recommendations in respect to the 2025 Appropriation Bill, as well as the 2025 Public Sector Pension and Related Payments Bill. So when it comes to the Appropriation Bill, the Commission would like to endorse the primary allocations for the 2025 Appropriation Bill and propose that specific amendments be informed by historical expenditure trends to enhance efficiency, consistency, and responsiveness of the budget process. The Commission also urges that all ministers that are covered by the bill to reassess their mandates and functions to identify opportunities for integrating policies that facilitate an effective framework for achieving the strategic goals that are outlined in the medium-term development plan. And with respect to the Public Sector Pension and Related Payments Bill, the Commission would like to express concerns over the rationale behind the provisions made in the 2025 Appropriations Bill, Public Sector Related Pension, post-pension, medical and other benefits in terms of the statutory and collection agreement obligation, and would like to call for greater transparency of its obligation, defined roles and responsibilities in handling the pension contributions. I will now hand over to my colleague to go through the next set of slides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabrice, and good morning to honorable members and chairperson and all colleagues present. I will take you through the 2025 division of revenue as it relates to provinces. Key to note here is that to remind just honorable members that provinces are mainly responsible for the provision of social goods and services. And then this makes them unable to raise own revenue and to be dependent on the fiscal transfers in the form of the provincial equitable share and conditional grants. As a result, for the budget 2025-26 budget, the transfers to provinces, they constitute about 41.3%. With respect to equitable share, what we see here and some revisions is that the previous slide, Chair. Okay, this table just shows some revisions that have been made as taking into account what was projected to be the allocation for 2025-26 in the 2024 budget, and what has really been allocated for 25-26 in the 2020-25 budget, and then the outer year again, the 2026 budget. So key to note here is that what we see from this table is that there's been an upward revision. For example, for the 2025-26 financial year, during the 2024 budget, the allocation for provinces with respect to provincial equitable share was projected to be 627.4 billion. And now in 2025 budget, it has been increased, and then it stands at 633.1 billion. That represents about 0.99% increase. And then same with conditional grants, there's been a 1.4% increase. And then total for provinces has been increased by 1.1 from projected 765.0 billion to 772.7 billion. Thanks, Jen. The next slide. Okay, here, this slide just shows what has been happening with regards to the changes in the provincial equitable share. Key to note here is that there are some provinces that have received less than what they were supposed to, or that was projected in the previous financial year. For example, here you see that the province like the Northwest has received less in 2025-26 financial year, and then it's projected to receive even less again in 2026-27 financial year, together with the Gauteng provinces. Other provinces will have been allocated, at least allocations have been adjusted upwards for the 2025-26 financial year. Thanks. For conditional grants, what we did here, again, we compared what was projected to be allocated for 2025-26 financial year in the 2024 budget. And then what we've seen here is that there have been some significant adjustments with respect to some of conditional grants. For example, the National Health Insurance, Schools Infrastructure Backlog Grant, Education Infrastructure Grant, and CASP Comprehensive Agricultural Support Grant. All of those have been adjusted significantly. So, for example, the schools infrastructure backlog grant has been reduced drastically, but that reduction again is attributed to the fact that there's been a merging that has happened to these two grants, the school infrastructure grant, school infrastructure backlog grant, and the education infrastructure backlog grant. And this is basically driven by the fact that the first one was mostly an indirect grant, which was underperforming, and those grants have been merged since that difference. Whereas with respect to the NHI grant, one of the key drivers for adjustment is the funding that has been made available for Siloam District Hospital and adjustment that has been made for the Western Cape. Next slide.
I'm just cognizant, sorry, apologies through you, Chairpersons. I'm cognizant of time, so if I may request Isabel to just speed up, and because this revenue bill will also be discussed in the following committee briefings. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chen. Okay, I think the main issue that we need to bring to the attention of the honorable members with respect to these adjustments, particularly with the provincial equitable share, is that some of these adjustments are not objectively determined. There's no justification why in some provinces there's been additions, some provinces there's been reductions, because it's not a uniform. So that is the key message that we're bringing to members with respect to the adjustment that have been made to the provincial equitable share. And then now it comes here as one of the recommendations, as you see here, the first recommendation speaks to that, exactly that. There must be an objectively determined these allocations and try to avoid all other factors or other reasons that are outside the provincial equitable share formula, because they cause a dispute here. So I think on that note, because these recommendations will also be presented again at the end, I will stop there and hand over to Kuzo through your chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Sabelo, and good morning, honorable chairpersons and members. So I'll take you through the last section of this presentation, which looks at the division of revenue as it relates to the local government sphere. Mindful of time, I'll just run through the key observations. And so the local government's allocations as share in the main budget shall rise modestly from 9.5% in 25-26 to 9.8 in 26-27. And lastly, by 9.7 in the outermost year of the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework. And when we compare the 2025 DOR to the 2024 baseline for 25-26, we see that DOR 2025 did not make any changes to the local government equitable share for 2025-26 and 26-27, while conditional grants decreased by 1.5% in 25-26. But overall, what we see is that local government transfers for the 2025-26 financial year decreased by 0.5% relative to its baseline in the 2024 DOR. This slide here presents an analysis of the local government equitable share by municipal classification, highlighting some variances for the year 2025-26 and 26-27. And what we see is that while the local government equitable share allocation remains unchanged, there are some significant redistributions among the categories. For example, metropolitan municipalities are experiencing a decline in funding with a negative 0.3% reduction in 2025-26 and a more substantial negative 2% decrease in 26-27. But in contrast, local municipalities or the category B municipalities see a gradual increase with a 0.1 rise in 25-26 and a larger 1.0% increase in 26-27. And on the other hand, still on the previous slide, Chen. Thank you. District municipalities, on the other hand, receive an increased allocation with a 0.2% rise in 25-26 and 0.7 in 26-27. But what we'd like to highlight here is that despite the shifts in the total equitable share allocation, when it remains constant, it suggests that, or despite the shifts that are happening in the total equitable share allocation, allocations are merely just being redistributed from one category or the A category municipality to the lower categories or the B categories and the C category or districts. Rather than just increasing funding to the broader local government. The slide here presents the local government equitable share allocations by province, highlighting the redistributive nature of the allocation formula. And what we see here is that urban provinces such as Gauteng and the Western Cape experience a decline in allocations with a reduction of 0.3% in the 2025-26 financial year, while the most rural provinces such as the Limpopo province and the Eastern Cape provinces seem to be benefiting from the redistribution, each receiving increases of 0.2%, while other provinces such as KZN and Mpumalanga and Northern Cape also see minor increases of 0.1 to 0.2%. Next slide, please. This slide presents an analysis of the local government conditional grants allocations across the 25-26 and 26-27 financial years. And what we see that is that in nominal rand terms, the local government sphere is set to receive conditional grants amounting to 53.9 billion in the 25-26 financial year, which is set to increase to 56.8 billion in 26-27. The figure that we see here indicates that some grants have experienced significant reductions, while others have seen notable increases. For example, the public transport network grant shows a major decline of negative 10.4% in 25-26, though it partially recovers with a 5.6 increase in 26-27. And similarly, the municipal infrastructure grant, the direct component of the MIG, faces a negative 3.2% reduction. However, other grants, such as the regional bulk infrastructure grant and the integrated urban development grant, see increases of 7.5% and 6.3% respectively. So here the Commission also notes that 20% of the program and project preparation support grant funding is split into the newly established Neighborhood Development Partnership Grant for non-metro municipalities, while the remaining 80% is transferred to the Urban Development Financing Grant for metropolitan municipalities in the 2025 Division of Revenue. I'm concluding this section, Honorable Chair, and just to reiterate some of the points made in the previous slide, the 3.2 reduction of the direct component of the MIG is due to a shift of 245 million to the Integrated Urban Development Grant and an additional of 225 million to the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant allocation for Drakenstein local municipality. And the public transport network grant that was reduced by 435 million in 2025-26 and increased by 425 million in 2026-27. And this is so to align with the revised implementation plan and cash flow projections for the City of Cape Town's MyCity program, which aims to connect areas such as Khayelitsha and Michelle's Plain to the city center. Lastly, the indirect integrated national electrification program of ESCOM grant was reduced by 0.9%, and this is due to a reprioritization of 40 million over the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework, which is set to complete the national electrification master plan. Honorable Chair, I'll pause here and through you just hand over to our chairperson, Dr. Mbava, to take us through the recommendations and concluding remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just to quickly go through the recommendations which have been highlighted in the respective chapters. As a commission, based on our analysis, with respect to 2025 fiscal framework and revenue strategy, we recommend that the government embark on a clear fiscal consolidatory path towards a balanced budget within 3 to 5 years, in line with the Commission's proposed strategies. We also recommend that government improve on its forecast accuracies of economic growth on which all financial and fiscal matters are based. The Commission also calls for the re-examination of the socioeconomic and fiscal implications concerning the proposed VAT increase as a fiscal instrument, particularly the effectiveness in generating additional revenues to support fiscus in empirical data. With regards to the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill, as well as the Public Sector Pension and Related Payments Bill, we reiterate our recommendation for the need for strategic realignments to improve productivity in public spending through addressing redundant positions and ensure realignment with core mandates. The Commission further urges government to expedite its commitment that was made in the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement, particularly concerning managing the public service wage bill through cost containment measures, including the implementation of the early retirement program with pension implications to alleviate the significant spending pressures on the fiscus. On the 2025 ESCOM Debt Relief Amendment Bill, the Commission expresses its concern regarding the fiscal ambiguities of the ESCOM debt relief bills and the appropriation of the relevant funds. Transparency measures are necessary to improve certainty and foster credibility in the government's treatment of public funds. The Commission therefore reiterates its previous call on improving the governance of SOEs, thoroughly evaluating their operating models, and streamlining operations by disposing of non-core assets. Next slide. Thanks, Chen. With respect to the appropriation bill for 2025, the Commission endorses the primary allocations in the bill, proposing specific amendments informed by historical expenditure trends to enhance the efficiency, consistency, and responsiveness of the budgeting process, to incur savings and enhance fiscal consistency, coherency, and credibility. As a major component of the 2025 appropriation bill, the Commission urges all ministers covered by the bill to reassess their mandates and functions to identify opportunities for integrating policies that facilitate an effective framework for achieving the strategic goals as outlined in the medium-term development plan. For example, merging the income support programs with the inclusive developmental goals of the expanded public works program and aligning them with infrastructure development in the transport and logistics sectors. This could significantly amplify socioeconomic benefits and boost economic growth. Finally, with respect to the Public Sector Pension and Related Payments Bill of 2025, as tabled by the Minister, the Commission expresses concern over the rationale behind the provisions made in the bill's public sector-related pension, post-retirement medical, and other benefits in terms of statutory and collective agreement obligations, and calls for greater fiscal transparency of its origination, defined roles and responsibilities in the handling of pension contributions as well as benefits as outlined in the Public Sector Pension and Related Payment Bill. I think that is the conclusion of our recommendations, or there's a thank you so much. Did I miss a set, Chen? If go back, Chen, quickly. With the recommendations, Chair, with your time, not on our side, but it's very important for us to make these recommendations. With regards to the 2025 division of revenue for provinces, the Commission warns against the extensive use of multiple phase-ins and additional allocations outside the provincial equitable share formula. The adjusting of provincial allocations without objective mechanism or clear justification. This practice, if it continues, it will create fiscal uncertainty in the division of revenue among provinces that may lead to intergovernmental fiscal tensions and disputes. The Commission welcomes the incentive components of grants to encourage grant performance, in particular, the education, transport, and health sector provinces. However, the Commission recommends a greater transparency of the formula that determined the grant allocation and the progressivity of the incentive component thereof. Whilst the Commission supports the merging of conditional grants, provided that greater transparency and criteria of the grants, their framework, their processes and procedure of implementation, these should be simplified and amplified in the grant process. For instance, the merging of the agricultural grants. The Commission continues to await the development and implementation of a single electronic system that includes live health records information, as we had made such recommendations in our 2021-22 submission on the Division of Revenue. This is important for operationalizing the national health insurance, as it has already been reiterated as well by the President in his State of the Nation address in 2025. Finally, with respect to the local government component of the Division of Revenue for 2025, the Commission appreciates the redistributive properties of the local government equitable share formula, but strongly recommends reviewing and finalizing the new local government white paper, along with the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Act. This is to effectively address the underlying issues of fiscal disparity in local government spheres, prioritizing local fiscal powers before the transfers are made. And finally, the Commission expresses concern over the exceedingly convoluted conditional grants, which affect spending under capacity constraints of the local government, as well as the grants evolving into perpetual mechanism, and these grants end up resembling the unconditional transfer that is already in the equitable share. That concludes, Chairperson, our recommendations as the Financial and Fiscal Commission on the Budget 2025 and the table bills. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mbava. Honorable members, I think it was very much important, and the informative presentation from the FFC and the PBO. So I'm going to allow honorable members who must also be mindful of time, because according to our program, it must end at 12 o'clock. But I'm not going to stop honorable members from engaging, because I think this presentation was very much informative. And I'm going to check the hands of our honorable members. I see Honorable Suisa. I see Honorable Wakelin, Honorable Ryder, Honorable Bress, Honorable, yes. Please don't lower your hand until you have spoken, please. Can we?
My hand is also up, Chair.
No, yes, all of you are noted, so I'm not going to. This I'm saying, don't lower your hands, honorable members. I've seen you, TG. Honorable Suisa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And let me also, Chair, I'm not sure if the TG wants to come in first, because she says she's on a flight. Maybe I must give her the platform. I'll come after.
Honorable Suisa, she should have indicated to me before, because now we don't want to waste the time.
No, she can take my time, Chair. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. As Honorable Speaker was saying, I'm about to take off. So, Chair, just a quick one. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the presentation by both institutions. Honestly, they are very insightful. To the PBO, your presentation is so thorough. But what you shied away from stating, which is a fact, is that this will be the first GNU budget, under the coalition government. For the first time at our National Assembly, we find ourselves in a government of national unity. So, Chair, I welcome the presentation, but it would have been nice for them to go deeper, to just analyze the impact, the socioeconomic impact of the VAT increase. As you can hear, I'm gonna have to leave it here. Thank you.
Honorable Mauta, my apologies. There is somebody or there's a noise behind, so I'm not sure what's going on. Please, can you all mute? Can you allow the host, can you please control the members here, because it seems they're going to disturb everyone.
Noted, Chair.
Can we allow Honorable Siwisa?
Thank you, Chair, for the honor. I thought that the TG will take over my time, but if you give me the opportunity, I'll use it. Chair, I'm not going to go far. I've got only two issues that I want to raise. Funds for infrastructure, education has gone down, and that is not what the minister has promised when she was in the NCOP. She actually said that they are going to deal with infrastructure. So my question would be, if the funds have declined, how is she going to address that? Number two, the issue of youth development program, and taking into consideration that now they want to come up with a strategy of loans to students, which I'm going to agree with. I'm not sure if it's the PBO or if it's the FFC, where I'm going to agree that it's going to have a negative impact on the students themselves, which is something that they need to address, because we can't find most students that have graduated actually find themselves without employment. Number one, they end up having to be blacklisted because they can't pay back the loans that were not supposed to be loans. Number three is the issue that is also going to block them, is going to deal with their credit scores when eventually they do get a job, because they are being blacklisted because of the pay. And then the other issue that we need to also look into, the process of the 9 months prior to tabling of the budget itself. FFC, was the process followed of the 9 months period before actually tabling the budget? That's one thing I need to ask about that. And then the issue of the 14 days, is it clear? It's not actually clear whether it happened or it did not happen from your side. So if we can get clarity on those two issues. But other than anything, Chair, I think the presentation was very clear. It's to the point. It's only all those concerns that I've raised of the funding for infrastructure and the funding to address the gap, the issue of the 9 months, and the issue of the 12 days. Those are my only issues for now, Chair, because of looking at the time. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable Kingsley.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be succinct. I see there are many hands up. My first submission is related to the Parliamentary Budget Office, and there's just 4 matters I want to raise. The first one is around the spending review. We have requested a formal request to the PBO to submit a complete consideration of around expenditure review and the submissions around how we're going to do expenditure cuts into the budget. And I see that I did try to start with spending review on the spending per capita, but that does not really give us the proposals. And I would obviously request them to continue with their work and bring a submission before we have any decision making around the budget. The second matter is around the VAT and the process around the VAT and when it must be implemented. And I do firmly agree that we need to ensure that the Parliament would have the last say and commitment before it is implemented, and that we will take the lead as Parliament. And we need what the public says. I am concerned about, and I hope you can hear me, I am concerned about the large amount of youth empowerment programs that was raised. Thank you for raising that. And that is part of the consideration that we were looking at, to advocate for a complete review of the expenditure and where it is landing, so that we can ensure that we have control and have a good insight of where the money is going, not just spending, but also the impact of that spending, and particularly with the unemployment under the youth. My last point for the budget office is around, when the minister spoke last week, there was an indication, as far as I remember, speaking about over 240 spending reviews that has been done. And yes, that's good. However, I am concerned about the fact that how many of them have actually been considered and implemented and have been successfully implemented. We need somebody to tell us around those specific spending reviews that has already been done and the impact of that. As far as the FFC is concerned, to Dr. Mbava and the team, thank you very much for your unambiguous response and submission, and particularly your reassessment programs on the various areas that we need to do some consolidations. And I agree with you, and it speaks to the previous point as an example of the youth empowerment programs. But there are many areas that we still need to consider on consolidation. I appreciate the fact of the minister's mandates that needs to be considered, and we'll take that into account going forward. The wage bill, we have raised this matter before around the wage bill, and I've raised the question in writing to the minister around that. I am quite aware now that you've raised the matter around the pension funds provision and post-retirement medical provisions, that we need more transparency. Now, obviously, that transparency, we would like to see how the commitment were made and how did they arrive to those figures. And we are fully supporting that the white paper needs to be revised for local government. And the provincial grant allocation, and exactly on your point on the formulation, and we need to agree on the formulation that is used around the grant allocation. And then my last point, Chair, is the matter of the single electronic system for the medical field or for the health department. And my concern is not so much the control of the medical records, but the control and exposure of the medical records, and particularly the impact it will have on the legal claims that we are faced with. Thank you, Chair. I will leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the presentations. I'll get to again reiterate my past calls that say that when the FFC and the PBO both present, it gives a very full program, and we should either consider a longer meeting or splitting these meetings in two, because I do think that there was a lot of information in both of the presentations, a lot of which needs to be unpacked further. So thank you for the presentations. I think Dr. Orlandi, I'll start with you. 280 job creating initiatives. Interesting number. You said almost or approximately. So I presume there's not a full list, but if you can help us with something of a list that will help us do some work in terms of trying to make our own evaluation as well, I think it would be quite useful. So if you could help us with that supporting information, obviously that'll come after the meeting. I don't expect you to read through the list now. I noted PBO's comments also post increase and confirming that the demand side impact reduces, and this results in diminishing returns on VAT increases going forward. Perhaps the PBO can give us some insights in terms of the projections and how realistic these are. Yeah, and I think the comments on the zero-rated goods are well, something to think about, but certainly I'm not sure that we should be consigning all to be eating chicken feet and sheep's heads. Let's move on to the FFC and a concerning introduction from Dr. Mbava, and I was wondering why the good doctor was going into the detail around the mandate of the FFC. And just to remind members that the FFC is actually born in the Constitution, sections 220 through to 222, and that their role should not be undermined. Now, remember, Prof. Plaatjes standing up once upon a time in a committee room above the old assembly and berating Treasury for not taking their input seriously. And I'm quite concerned by Dr. Mbava's indication that the 14-day discussions were either, glossed over or given any credit at all. Honourable members, I think it is incumbent on us to put pressure on Treasury to find out what the reality is here, and to make sure that Treasury is fulfilling their constitutional mandate and giving other entities their constitutional roles to play, and ensuring that the subordinate legislation is given full effect. Very concerning that we find ourselves acting fairly unilaterally. And that brings me to the 2025-2026 report. I have a copy here on my desk. I'm most grateful for it. And perhaps we can get an indication whether the inputs from the 25-26 technical report have been implemented. I've gone through it. I note that, example, the Agriculture Minister has done substantial panel beating to the Program 3, some of the sub-programs in Program 3, indicating that there has been some attention paid to the technical report, but I'm not seeing much of the other recommendations being followed through on in terms of what we've seen presented to us in the E&E, but also in the DORA as we take it forward. So perhaps a comment on that would be most welcome, because I do think that those technical recommendations are important. And where they're not taken into account, there needs to be a report, and those reports do come in the budget review document, but there needs to be an indication, a response from Treasury in terms of whether they actually considered these matters or if and why they're choosing to disregard. I do think there's a big discussion that's been highlighted in the FFC's presentation, and as a member of the National Council of Provinces, I think that the discussions do need to be taken further. We will have further engagements when we're processing DORA. This obviously, we're looking at the fiscal framework today, but there were some serious flags raised about DORA and the allocations both to provinces and the local government. And one of these is the fact that the allocation to local government is not in line with the projections that were contained in the medium-term expenditure framework from last year. And this impacts, and of course the same goes to provinces. And I think this was highlighted towards the end of the presentation from the FFC as well. Now, this really impacts planning at provincial and local government level, especially when you have multi-year expenditure
As you
projects.
conclude, Honourable Ryder, as you conclude.
Yes, certainly, we'll conclude. Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I think that DORA is something that needs to be unpacked substantially. When one looks at the provincial funding, for example, with Gauteng spending a lot of money on projects that were not initially envisioned, and perhaps now looking at the current status where Gauteng is looking at being almost bankrupt. And then I had more inputs on the Western Cape dispute that was lodged, but I'll leave it there for now for time. Thanks, Chair.
Honourable Ryder, Honourable Brett.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and good morning to everybody on this platform. Well, first of all, the well-balanced views of the FSC is appreciated and welcomed and should be duly considered in our future deliberations. But I want to engage, Chair, the PBO presentation. The proposed budget aims to achieve the GNU priorities as set out by the PBO. But when all research is taken into account, and specifically the well-known Laffer curve, the opposite is highly likely to be achieved. All research tax increases indicate that higher taxes result in a declining revenue. Fiscal policy of previous administrations has a limited effectiveness and stimulating economic growth. Further proof of this point is to be found in a study of previous budgets between 1990 and 2023. 1 percentage point increase in tax as a percentage of GDP resulted in a 0.176% increase in real tax revenue. It also indicates that for every 1 percentage point increase in tax as a percentage of GDP, economic growth is reduced, in fact, by 0.339%. So, increased taxes will not lead to job creation and economic growth. But on the other hand, as my colleagues pointed out, fiscal consolidation and real cuts into the fat hidden in this budget is likely to be less harmful to growth. Lastly, Chair, it is very clear that the bottom line is that government is required to cut back on unnecessary, unproductive, and wasteful expenses. Thank you very much.
Honorable Bateman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and to all the honourable members, and thank you very much to the FFC and PBO for your presentations. Just a few comments on the FFC, so I'll start with that, and I'll try and not repeat what my colleagues have said, but the first thing just I think that we should all note is that the National Treasury forecasts of growth and tax revenue may well be too optimistic. And I think that's something we should be very careful and cautious around, particularly considering the precarious debt position that we are already in. So we don't have a lot of space to under recover tax revenues. And that the FFC presents two plans for fiscal consolidation, one of which is showing a 0.2% growth in expenditure for 3 years, and one is showing a 2.9 to 2.6% growth in expenditure for the next 5 years. So it's quite strong fiscal consolidation that they're recommending, if I'm understanding that correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, FFC, please. But I think we do need to request that National Treasury provides a written response to each recommendation of the FFC. And I think it should weigh upon all of us as members of these committees that our plans in terms of the revenue fiscal framework are prudent. And I think, as you know, from the DA's perspective, we're opposed to the tax increases and are proposing that we need to cut expenditure rather to balance expenditure to what is a realistic expectation of revenue based on existing tax rates and adjusting for the inflationary effects on personal income tax, not passing that on to taxpayers. In terms of the PBO, I think, let me just first on the positive side, I welcome the highlighting of the 700 public entities and the need to address inefficiencies there. I think this must be a key area for the upcoming spending review. Also note the concern about the PBO, whether the VAT increase will have the desired effect in terms of raising revenue, and I think that's echoing the concerns of the FFC. And also the SARS Commissioner has been quoted as saying similar things. So that is again a concern which I think we should take into account as these committees. I want to just pick up on something that the PBO said. A more expansive fiscal policy on slide 28 could significantly enhance household resilience and stimulate aggregate demand, potentially leading to stronger economic growth. Now, what I want to question here is really if the government were to follow the PBO's guidance on this, is the PBO suggesting that the government should try to spend our way through and out of the economic doldrums? And I'd question with the wisdom of this, given that fiscal multipliers on government spending have historically been close to zero. And secondly, our debt servicing costs are already 22% of spending and crowding out other priorities. Would we not then be risking that percentage will increase as the debt increases and place even greater strain on other spending priorities? And also, if you look at the maturities of our debt, we don't have a margin for error here. And as the risk increases, then too, that also adds to the cost of the debt. And we're riding very, very close to a fiscal cliff. So the question is, if the PBO is suggesting that we should be spending our way into economic prosperity, where is that money going to come from? A debt default becomes a probable scenario if we decide to go the borrowing route. And on the tax space, high taxes are already a cause of very low levels of investment growth and sustainable job creation. So if anything, we should be trying to reduce taxes if we want to encourage investment in the South African economy. And that brings me forward, brings me on to my next point in terms of the PBO presentation, which is on slide page 22. And there we see the observation at the top.
To conclude on our statement.
Okay, in a nutshell, I won't say all of it, but what for me is lacking in the analysis on slide page 22 is unpacking the reasons why the top 100 corporations have not been reinvesting their profits to grow the productive investments in South Africa. The PBO seems to want to avoid analyzing that in any kind of detail. It doesn't mention tax rates. It doesn't mention ease of doing business. It doesn't mention government spending. It doesn't mention government debt. It doesn't mention educational outcomes. It doesn't mention failing infrastructure. It doesn't mention labor laws. It doesn't mention BBBEE. It doesn't mention Eskom. It doesn't mention freight rail. It doesn't mention ports. It doesn't mention the complete breakdown in trust in the government to manage the economy wisely and efficiently, and particularly under the Zuma years, when corruption flourished and people got away with it, and the country was racing towards bankruptcy. Now, the GNU offers the first glimmer of hope. Sorry, Chair, I will wrap this up. That we can turn this around so long as we can find each other and benefit and work together. But the key thing is that we need to regain the trust and the confidence of business that we're making wise decisions and managing the country well. So why am I saying this? Not one of these factors was mentioned in the PBO analysis of why major corporations are not reinvesting their profits. And it creates the distinct impression that the PBO itself is unwilling to cast any aspersion on the previous government, and that the PBO is driving an RET political agenda. To be more specific, the PBO creates the impression of being an organ which the 7th administration has inherited from state capture, a vestigial organ from which Parliament is yet to be liberated. I just want to conclude with this final observation.
Conclusion of our statement.
Pardon me,
Yes,
Honourable.
I think we are done.
Honourable Chair.
Honourable
Chair.
I'll just make one observation.
People will respond.
No, I'm not happy, Chair, with this.
I hear you. I hear you. Honourable Bateman, you have made your point. Can you go to Honourable Bisman? People, I think will respond because we'll be having an opportunity. Can we go to Honourable Besley? Thank you.
Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair. And yeah, I just think that the previous comment, I think, was out of line. I do think there's a manner where we can talk respectfully to people. We might disagree, but there's still a level of respect we can show each other. And it's unfortunate that the DA are losing that respect. And yeah, just there's got to be a certain level of respect in this organization. So my question is a simple question to the PBO and the FFC. I would like to ask them, as it currently stands, would they support the budget? And either yes or no. Then secondly, if they can each give us a definite answer in terms of the VAT and as well as excise duties, can the fiscus introduce these elements straight away? Or yeah, can they just give us a response on that? And then in terms of spending, I'd be interested to know if the FFC and the PBO have done a look, and what do they think we could, at a global macro level, save if we cut down on government leakages? Have they got a figure in mind, a percentage in mind that in terms of duplication, lack of efficiencies in the government system? And then lastly, neither parties actually spoke on the increase in funding to SARS. And I'd just like to understand why not and what are their thoughts on that. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Sart.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Chair Lady, first I really agree. I think the time is too short. With all this recommendations and the information that we receive, we should have ample time to, for members to participate in this very important debate. Firstly, thank you very much for the FFC for all the recommendations and the brilliant the information that was shared. And I just, as a member, I just feel sitting was part of the first part of the first session that we had a couple of days ago. That I really feel that the minister and his team, going against the recommendation from the FFC, and I actually see as a person that the ministers only see this as a tick box exercise, and it's important for this seventh administration really to look into all the recommendations. First, from I want to touch on 1 or 2 or 3. The first one is the fiscal sustainability and the rising government debt. The FFC warns against a rising debt GDP ratio, which is set to peak 76.1% in 25-26. The debt service costs are now consuming 38.2% of direct charges against the National Revenue Fund. The FFC calls for a fiscal consolidation path to achieve a zero balance budget in 3 to 5 years. The question is, with debt service costs now consuming nearly 40% of direct revenue, Chair Lady, what is Treasury specific plan to prevent a debt spiral? Why is government not implementing a more aggressive expenditure cutting strategy? That is very serious, that we need to focus on to come up with a more aggressive expenditure cutting strategy. The second one, a lot has been said about the VAT increase and the impact on the poor of this country. We've listened and we see that we almost at 40% people without jobs, and from that there's people, young people, almost 50% of our youth are unemployed. People who finished universities waiting for jobs. And now the poorer households will suffer the most, as they spend 72.8% of their budget on food, housing and utilities, compared to 38% for the upper income households. Now we come up, we want to take money out of people's pockets who don't have money, in change for a couple of items, added to the non-VAT items, like chicken feet or something. So it just, for me, the question is, given the FFC's findings that VAT increases are regressive and ineffective in raising additional revenue, why is Treasury pursuing this strategy instead of focusing on alternative revenue streams such as closing tax leakages? The other one is the SOE bailouts and Eskom debt relief. Eskom debt relief amendment bill increases government financial commitment to Eskom from 40 billion to 80 billion, with another 10 billion in 2028-2029. The question with Eskom, with Eskom and Transnet continuously receiving bailouts despite poor financial and operational performance, when will this government stop propping up failing SOEs and instead implement radical restructuring? And the other one that's really hindering me and that's upsetting me, coming up from the local government, local government financial crisis. We've got a crisis in the most of our municipalities through mismanagement. 70% of municipal revenue comes from national transfers, as municipalities fail to generate local revenue. There's 47 municipalities risk being removed from the debt relief program for failing to meet the conditions set. The FFC recommends finalizing the new local government white paper to address municipal fiscal management. Now the question, Chair Lady, is, since 70% of municipal revenue is reliant on national transfers, what steps is Treasury taking to enforce financial discipline and ensure municipalities improve revenue collection instead of relying on bailouts. We are at municipal level in the cold face of the community. They are there to render services, and we need to stop corruption and mismanagement on local level. And my last question, the social grants versus economic growth. The social relief and distress grant, the SRD grant, will cost 35.2 billion for 25-26. Over 28 million people receive grants, while unemployment remains stagnant. The FFC calls for linking social grants with job creation programs. With over 28 million grant recipients, how does the government plan to transition more people into the workplace instead of increasing local grant dependency? You've said right in the beginning, or somebody said,
Also,
you know what?
Conclude,
What
now.
What the president has said in his SONA, you know, to drive, and that is the 25-29 medium-term development plan, to drive inclusive growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And now we want to add another 0.5 and another 5 on that, to build a capable, ethical and development state. That is what we should concentrate on. Thank you, Chair Lady.
Honorable Kondo.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, and our colleagues and guests. Chair, we welcome the two presentations, are very informative, but also prompt for us to ask the following questions. The PPO talked in their presentation about the economic overview, and they are talking about reducing inequality. One of the aims of the fiscal policy is to reduce inequality. But then, Chair, why do we have a blanket approach in this VAT increase, where we seemingly not reducing the gap between the poor and the rich if we have this blanket approach? They also talked about more labor demand and the reduction of employment regulations. I hope, Chair, they are not talking about the regulations they are referring to as they explained that this is from the GNU. They are not talking about the Employment Equity Act and other progressive policies like the national minimum wage that seeks to address against the exploitation of workers in some sectors in the country. I just want them to assure us that they are not talking about that. In the structural reforms, Chair, I thought they will also mention the impact of skewed land ownership in this country, the impact it has on economic growth. Because, Chair, many people, the previously disadvantaged, they can't engage in economic activities because they don't have land. You can't have business in the sky or on air. It's impossible. So I'm checking, Chair, why is that not looked at? And then there are alternative tax revenue sources, Chair. We need them to have a very serious consideration on that, on their recommendations of the alternate tax revenue sources. They have their list. Let them have a very serious consideration. And then on the FFC Chair, they talked about one thing that caught my attention: reassessment of the mandates of ministers. Chair, we really have to look at that. specifically with this growing number of ministers in each and every term of government. We have to look at that so that ministers are able to concentrate on their mandates and be able to contribute on the economic growth of this country. And to say, we were, as other members are talking about the DOR in the provinces, the formulation, Chair, can we even consider doing away with provinces? Because, Chair, we all know there is nothing that is being done by provinces. They are just a conveyancer belt of services to our people. They don't have a meaningful contribution. So can we recommend that the provinces be dealt away with, and what will be the consequences in terms of economic growth? Thank you.
Honorable Van Rijn.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to honorable members who are in this platform, and of course, Chair, with your team of chairpersons there. But also let me pass my word of gratitude on behalf of MK Party to the two institutions who are an establishment of a statute. We are very proud of the information that we have shared with this collective. But Chair, I think I should join a member or two members who said time for these informative presentations is very, very important. And I hope that in your wisdom, as the collective of these, the finance committee's leadership, you will really consider this submission. We need more time to engage on these presentations. And I think, Chair, I felt bad, embarrassed to be part of this collective when I was listening to a member who attacked the Parliament Budget Office. I'm saying this, Chair, because, you know, a Parliament Budget Office establishment like FFC is guided by legislation. So it becomes embarrassing for any one of us to come to this important platform or meeting and make insinuation that a committee of this magnitude is established because of certain political, what you call, agendas. And I'm pleading, Chair, please let's defend these institutions. These are institutions that we have created with the sole intention of empowering us as Parliament. So it can be correct that their existence is politicized just because they are sharing information that might not be aligned with our political aspiration. And I'm a bit worried because I've been observing this trend from the DA specifically of attacking institutions that are mainly led by excellent Black people who might not necessarily be aligned to their political belief. I've seen this happening in Stats SA. They try their level best, to render the status of Stats SA into something else. And now it's continuing to the Parliament budget. We don't know which one will be next. I think DA must be stopped on his tracks. He can't be bullying everyone. Maybe he should go and bully his partners in GNU, but he can't bully participants in such important processes. And I'm pleading for your collective leadership, chairpersons of the finance committees, to take charge and defend this institution. It can't be the responsibility of the leader of Parliament Budget Office to defend this institution in your presence. I'm pleading with yourselves. Please assert yourself and prevail over this nonsensical approach by the DA member. Chair, just quickly because of time. Chair, we are only left with 10 days to effect changes on the fiscal framework. Now, listening to the two presentations, it's very clear that the second, our budgeting cycle got some challenges of time already. We are approaching a new, a reality where overwhelming majority including those who serve together in GNU, are not agreeing on VAT. So it's clear that this is a unique and unprecedented development. Now, I'm very worried, Chair, as to the provisions of the money, the money bills that allows us as members of Parliament representing our respective constituencies to effect amendments to the fiscal framework. Now, as if that is not enough, Chair, already National Treasury has made an announcement that the VAT, irrespective of our contribution as members of Parliament, the VAT will come into effect on the 1st of May. And that is provided for in the money bills. And it accords us, I think, a period of, I think 6 months or a year, I mean, for us to effect a change to this particular announcement, because this is an announcement, but it's going to be given effect on the 1st of May. Now, it's posing a lot of questions in terms of processes. And now, you see, the two presentations are confirming that there is a challenge of transparency on how some of these things are being conducted. So from an oversight point of view, I'm very worried, Chair, and I hope you provide guidance as the leadership of these committees on how we are going to handle it. Because this, I think this is more of a, I don't want to say a morass, because I don't think we have reached that stage. But this is more of a very muddy situation that we need to deal with. How are we going to make sure that members effect the changes in the fiscal framework within the given 10 days that is left? But also, how are we going to make sure that institutions like FFC continue to play, and more especially FFC, continue to play their adversary role as expected in this financial sector, you know? But also, the other issue, the technical capacity of these committees to help us as members to effect these changes, because the requirements on the money bills are so stringent and extremely technical. I've looked into them, and I'm pleading that we should be obviously making a provision for technical assistance to members who want to effect changes into this fiscal framework. But the question is how within this short space of time. And then coming to conclusion, Chair, I just wanted to check with the two institutions. Have they ever done or maybe analysis and recommendations on the efficacy of tax incentive schemes that has been introduced hitherto? I know in the PPBBO report, they are saying something about the youth employment tax and corporate income tax. While on youth employment tax, they are speaking of its efficacy as an incentive for employers, I mean, to hire young people. But apparently that is not working. And when you go to corporate income tax, you realize that the reduction that was effected some years ago is also not yielding results. In fact, there's no analysis on that one. So I'm not sure to what extent have they've been thorough to establish exactly the efficacy of these tax incentives, because that's where we can save a lot of money, because we are losing a lot of money paying for, rebating schemes that are not giving us the desired result. And lastly, Chair, I think there is an issue on the expansionary nature. I think this one is from PBO, the expansionary nature of fiscal policy. In their report, they are referring to certain countries who have effected these things successfully. But what I want to know, can they go into details to outline how expansionary policies can assist South Africa to do away with the current social ills challenges that are facing the country in the form of unemployment and inequality and, of course, poverty? How can these examples be used here in our case as South Africa? Thank you very much.
Honorable Molwele.
Thank you very much, Chair. My gadget has been renamed. I'm actually Honorable Talega Mazibugo. So it always defaults to the old name. Chair, firstly, let me appreciate the presentation by the two institutions and add on to Honorable Van Rooyen that they need to be defended when they are on this platform against our political stances. Chair, my first question is on the process that has been outlined by the chair of FFC. I think Honorable Van Rooyen has also touched on it. My question that I had was, at what point does it allow members of these committees to get involved? Because this thing of getting involved at the tail end of the process is actually compromising us in terms of our inputs. That's my first question. And then secondly, Chair, appreciating the allocation to the Cape Town municipality that has been presented. But I have a question on if there is any provision for those municipalities that will be hosting the G20, your Johannesburg, as well as your Tshwane municipality. And also on local government allocations, what informs the decrease on category A municipalities? Because for me, it assumes that these municipalities are able to collect revenue. And yet we know the status at these metros, that people are unemployed. They are also affected by in-migration and out-migration, where people, urbanization, where people come to these cities and because they don't get employed, they end up at the informal settlements, demanding the resources as well as services. So what informs this decrease? I have an interest in that. And then the other aspect that I wanted to speak on is the disjuncture between the appropriation on the appropriation on social development vis-a-vis the small business. For me, Chair, I think this creates dependency on social grants. I appreciate that government is providing those that are poor with interventions on dealing with poverty and inequality and all the grants. But I think there has to be a way of getting these people who are receiving grants, especially the young ones, getting them out of the poverty line into the economic mainstream. So I think the departments like small businesses shouldn't be given very, very low appropriation vis-a-vis social development. Otherwise, we will forever have dependency on social grants. And then the last one, Chair, the budget for the soldiers to the DRC. What is going to happen now that the soldiers have been withdrawn? Is there any knowledge as to how is this budget going to be diverted from this vote? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Wesley.
Hi, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I want to thank the FCC and PBO for holding governments accountable, not just this one, but for the last period of time, because they are a statutory organization and they are prescribed in law. And therefore, I cannot understand why the DA will continue to play the man and not the ball. I think we must respect each other and understand that even though people have different views, they have been professional and there's nothing to say here that they're going after one political party or the other. So just on that word, I think we need to have decorum in the party. And some people claim to have a higher moral ground, but they play in the dirt. So I don't think that that's how we should conduct ourselves in committees. Just in terms of the budget and in terms of the presentations, I think as always, the PBO and FCC's presentations give us a lot of food for thought and help us in terms of preparing ourselves as we debate this budget. But let us be clear, as Umkhonto sees, where we totally reject this budget. MK completely rejects it, and it's not pragmatic. It is a betrayal that protects white monopoly capital while deepening economic apartheid and puts generations into debt to the tune of 1 billion rand a day, which is completely unsustainable, taxing the poor while giving much more money to the rich. we know that this increase, the minister claims the VAT increase is just 5.0%, but in reality, it is 3.3% increase on taxable goods, with another increase expected next year, bringing VAT to 16% in 2026. So saying that it's a 0.5% increase is actually disingenuous and doesn't actually tell people the truth of how it's going to impact them. VAT is a regressive tax that disproportionately affects low-income households, forcing them to spend a larger share of their income on essential goods. The government has chosen to burden the poor yet again by this budget, while protecting the wealthy from progressive taxation. We want to ask, given that South Africa has one of the highest levels of income equality in the world, how is the PBO and FCC going to advise us to speak to Treasury to stop them from pushing regressive taxation instead of a progressive wealth tax? Because we believe as NK that it's time that the wealthy pay their share, especially since the majority of the wealth comes from stolen land, stolen mines, stolen resources. We also want to know, why has government failed to introduce zero-rated VAT on essential goods such as school supplies, electricity, and sanitary products, which would offer relief to struggling with families? And maybe the PBO and FCC can give us a guide on to certain other products that we could include in zero-rated VAT. Now, Honourable Chair, the PBO that correctly highlights that fiscal consolidation has not reduced South Africa's debt burden or stimulated economic growth. Excuse me. Despite this, the government refuses to implement a wealth tax on South Africa's richest 1%, who control more than 80% of the country's wealth. We propose a 2% wealth tax on individuals earning more than over 10 million rand annually, which could generate over 40 billion a year and make sure that the poorest of the poor don't have to pay that money. So, we need to look at new mechanisms. We need to look at mechanisms because we're trying to cut up a small cake of taxpayers' money built upon an old apartheid era structure and economy, and the lack of land ownership and land reform is clear, and it's keeping us in poverty. So yes, we talk about what we currently have on our plate, but we also need to look at how this austerity measures is actually destroying our country, and it's not building our country, Honourable Chair. The government has made it clear that debt repayment is its top priority, not healthcare, not education, not job creation. The budget allocates 3.89 billion to debt service, more than we spend on health, education, and policing combined. Why is this government prioritizing foreign banks over investing in our local people? And instead of borrowing more from IMF and the World Bank, why doesn't the government nationalize key industries such as minerals?
I'm in a meeting. I'm trying to attend.
Okay. Instead of borrowing more from the IMF and World Bank, why doesn't the government nationalize key industries such as minerals, oil, telecommunications to generate revenue internally and then beneficiate those minerals to create jobs and to create a bigger tax base? And instead of having to borrow money and pay austerity, and R1 billion a day is what we're paying as taxpayers, and our children will pay that for eternity. Where's that money gone? By the way, where's that money gone? That money's gone to pay off, a lot of debt that was done in a wrong way. We are busy paying for other people's theft. So, Mr. Chair, I think we need to look at a new economic model. We need to look at expropriation without compensation, must be fully implemented for agriculture, housing, and industrial development. We must grow our local industries instead of relying on imports, and we must use South Africa's mineral wealth to fund infrastructure developments. So as I conclude, the social relief of the stress grant has been extended for 1 year, but remains below the poverty line. The VAT increase will erase any benefits of social grants by increasing the cost of living for poor households. We must make sure that the PBO helps us to understand how we can make that actually benefit our people, and maybe look at a universal basic income grant rather than just an SRD. So I thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Beck.
Thank you, Chair. We'll focus on what unites us as opposed to what divides us. I think there's almost unanimity that the VAT increase is a bad idea. My question is to both the PBO and the FFC. It's got to do with your various growth forecasts I understood the PBO's growth forecast analysis to be somewhere between 1.4 to 1.6% GDP growth. And then I understood the FFC's growth forecast to be 1.45%. So let's call it 1.5% for simplicity's sake as an average between the two. So my first question is, I'm assuming that you as organizations came to those numbers completely independently of each other. You might have looked at common data, but you wouldn't have exchanged information or shared data. So just checking that assumption. And then the second question related to those questions is almost a suggestion to the chair of either the joint committee or to the standing committee on finance. I think we should consider writing to the minister, asking them to rerun the numbers for the fiscal framework, because if the number is closer to 1.5 than 1.9%, we now risk writing a report and then voting on a framework that is outdated and potentially flawed. So a question and a suggestion there to the chair or chairs. Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Honorable Musi. Honorable Maimane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think without trying to belabor the point, I think it is Honorable Ryder who sits on the board of the PBO. Therefore, I think to cast aspersions on the PBO is by extension to cast aspersions on board members who sit on them. Now, I certainly sit on the board of the PBO, and I think if we were presiding over an institution that's a legacy of state capture, that would be a misinformation. And certainly, I think the comments are unfair, unjustifiable, and ultimately should be rejected. And I speak in my capacity as board member, and ultimately want to ensure that in this particular meeting, we don't take up time trying to respond to aspersions, rather to deal with the macroeconomic policy and the issue that is this. I think it would be unfair to ask the PBO to defend itself. If there's a genuine concern by a member, I think Honorable Ryder sits on the board, the chair of chairs is there, and I would happily hear it. But I think in a meeting such as this one, that is an unfair and uncalled for comment. And I think we need to take a view on the issue so that it cannot be a practice in this regard. But furthermore, I want to reflect just on, I think a member raised correctly so, the underpinning of assumptions. There are gross assumptions that are taking place, and I don't want to speak about the ones today, but it is common cause now that we've undershot Treasury's assumptions on growth over the last number of years. In fact, they've been exceeded maybe twice at best, which speaks to the broader issue about I don't hear from either the PBO or the FFC notionally how we can enhance growth strategies for the country. Our fundamental question as a nation is on issues of growth. If we fail the exercise of how do we enhance growth, gross capital formation, if we fail inherently on growth stimulating initiatives, and furthermore, I know significant increase that goes to the more jobs. And I certainly, when I look at the correlating numbers, the jobs are minuscule relative to the investment into the NEF over the last number of years. Therefore, I do think, given the improvement of 20 billion rand, and that I think we need a thorough assessment of whether we are getting bang for buck that appropriation. And I want us to think quite different about where some rail and about, but ultimately we are not speaking about where the growth enhancers, because the reality is another that's been made is the assumption that debt would peak at 76%. I cannot see that happening. It's been a projection that's been made. The IMF projects 80%. I'm not convinced we are going to achieve that. Therefore, if there's going to be an increase in borrowing, we need to ask the question, does that borrowing correlate to investment opportunities? On the ESCOM debt and restructuring, whilst I welcome part of where the adjustment has been made, I do wonder what does that mean in relation to the municipal debt that is increasing on the one end, and whether there'd be a demand for some type of bailout. Therefore, Chairperson, just as I close, I do recall the Minister of Finance raising the point about creating a relation between the presidency and Treasury on where some of the efficiencies go. I know members have raised questions around spending reviews, etc. Some of the spending reviews that have been undertaken will not materialize in revenue in this current year, which means we must institutionalize for monitoring of public efficiency so that every rand that is appropriated is spent appropriately so that it's not wasted. So I do think that must be a function of Parliament. Otherwise, if it is left up to the executive between the presidency and Treasury, we will effectively ask the players to also be the referees, etc., which I don't think is the practice we need to approach the oversight role within Parliament. So I would ask that as committees, we look at that issue. And then I note Honorable Van Rooyen's point that says these are allocated shorter times. Believe you me, Honorable Van Rooyen, the reason we moved last week's meeting to Friday was to address this question. And I do think the point you've made today is also apposite about how we adjust for that. The Money Bills and Related Matters Act in and of itself is due for a review simply because its timelines sometimes can become truncated. And therefore, I do think we need to think about it collectively, legislatively, but also pragmatically and practically as to how we extend the meeting. So I take that note on board, and certainly with Honorable Maswanganya and the two select chairs from the National Council of Provinces, I do think this is a conversation we need to have so that we can be able to ensure that the budget processing is in fact done with integrity, with the authority that Parliament has, but also cognizant of the fact that the money bills is a function of what the executive can table into Parliament. So I do think we need to deal with that. And then, sorry, I did say lastly, I don't want to sound like that. We are obtaining a legal opinion about the implementation of VAT relative to the question that it speaks to when it's implementable and what Parliament's role is in that. So I'd like for the PBO director, perhaps we can have a conversation about that, because there are other legal prescripts that we need to consider other than the tax bills that you've proposed. Thank you, or the rates bills that you've proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Maswanganya.
Thank you, Chairperson, colleague chairpersons, National Treasury results, Parliament staff, PBO, FFC. Just one question. There's a challenge of fiscal leakages that we are experiencing. How much is going to the SOEs for bailouts? That's one question that we'll want to be clarified about. And I think Honorable Maimane and others have attended to the issue of attack on the PBO, that it should be raised through proper platforms. Equally, I will call upon Professor Junkies not just to rise without being recognized by the chairperson, no matter how he's attacked. We are here as leaders to protect FFC and the PBO. But I will call upon Honorable Bateman to raise the matter formally, and then it be attended. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, honorable members. I think there is a question from Honorable Lafase, who was unable to be with us up to so far because of the network challenge. I think PBO, or let me read it for honorable members to hear. Regarding the FFC concern, I seek clarity on whether the budget process from the executive side complied with the intergovernmental fiscal regulation, parliamentary in terms of consultation requirements. Our responsibility is to ensure that the budget follows proper procedures. If there are any discrepancies, both parties may need to reconvene to address and rectify these issues. As Parliament, we cannot preside over a process that may leave unanswered questions and open a room for litigation. I think now is the time for the PBO and FFC to respond. Members, I deliberately gave you a chance because that's what you wanted. The issue of time, members, it's not going to be the issue that we are going to entertain, because it was very much important for allowing both the PBO and the FFC to give us their analysis so that we can be able to understand what exactly is their views with regard to the budget and not themselves and raise issues that are out of context. So I'm going to allow the PBO and the FFC to respond. PBO, please don't respond on the issue of that honorable member. Is it Wakely? Yes. Please don't respond to that. That is our responsibility. We'll have a way of dealing with that matter, because it is not even his territory to undermine our meetings in that regard. Please just respond to the questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, chairpersons and members, and also would like to take the opportunity to apologize to Honorable Bateman and to you, chairperson, for just jumping in, without being recognized. And I take the matter. I think what I would want to say and emphasize is that, look, we do take welcome criticisms. I've said this before, but I think what's important is that the criticism should be based on the work that we've done, not the work that we've not done. So I wish just to emphasize it, because obviously a team goes through a painstaking.
Honorable Janji, can you go straight to the response, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. No, I'm not going to go further. Thank you so much, Chair. I think what the matter related to, I think I wanted to record the apologies, Chair, as the Dr. Maswana was saying there. I just want to respond quickly to the matter related to the spending reviews and public, some of the points, I'll lump them together and then give the colleagues to come in. I think on the spending reviews, we'll definitely ask our colleagues from the ministry to provide more information, and we can analyze it for the committee and look at compare with our work that we've done. Around the issue of public employment programs, we have in one of the presentations before said maybe these public employment programs should consolidate to one programs and allows Parliament to oversee that. The point around debt service cost is a very important point, and I want to clarify as PBO we are definitely concerned about debt and debt service costs. However, we do emphasize what we're trying to emphasize, Chair and members, is that when you look at the time that we've had fiscal consolidation with a few years' time, and by the way, I think the minister has also acknowledged recently that it has not worked, fiscal consolidation. And I think it's not only us, but we have been consistent over here, Chair members, that when you look at the years of fiscal consolidation, we've seen debt actually increasing, not debt to GDP ratio increasing, not declining. We've seen debt service cost also increasing or declining within the same period where we've had fiscal consolidation. Hence our emphasis that, and another point which I'll ask Sepo to talk to it in quite more detail later, is really the recognition that as long as the real interest rate is lower than economic growth, we'll always have debt increasing and debt service cost, regardless of how many cuts we do. As long as the growth is not there, the debt to GDP ratio and debt service costs will always increase. Hence our emphasis on the importance of getting growth in the economy. I mean, we in our presentation, we do say that, this is a very crucial budget in our view, in a way that it has to really take a very long-term view. Our concern has always been a budget over the past few years has been very short-term in approach, targeting specific debts within the short-term period. But I think in our view, say, we need to take into account the priorities in the strategy over the next medium term, and the budget has to take that view as well. And hence, we strongly feel we need both revenue, additional revenue to meet some of these commitments, particularly get infrastructure and some of the social spending. But equally, we do agree on the issues of efficiencies. We need to deal with spending efficiencies. It's a very important aspect we support. But and another point I want to clarify when we said fiscal consolidation. I mean, over the same period of time, we've shown in our presentation actually that the spending infrastructure has declined quite heavily. We've seen spending per capita has declined on key social issues. And I think that's the message trying to say we need a different strategy altogether compared to what we've had over time. And at least more so that government has also acknowledged that that has not quite worked in particular. We will provide our projections if all goes well with our processes internally On our members, we've not provided our projections, but we'll provide either in the division of revenue or in the appropriation discussions, take into account some of the latest data as well. Chair and members, let me stop there and ask the team to respond to specific questions there, specific point there. Colleagues, do you want to come in? We're going to start. Nelia, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Director. I'm just going to respond to the question about the reviews and the report from the DPME. So members, the information regarding the analysis on the youth employment programs is taken up, or a document that has been commissioned by the DPME and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. That summary report was released in March 2024. I haven't seen the full document yet, so I don't know what the long list of 280 institutions are, which they actually evaluated or looked at. But the summary report is available, and we can circulate it to members. But what is very exciting for tomorrow's meeting in Appropriations, the Minister of Finance is not going to respond to DORA only, but GTAC is also going to respond to some of the evaluations that they've done over the past 5 years. And in addition to all those evaluations, I think it will also be very useful to call on DPME to come and provide us with further information on the evaluation report that they did or commissioned to the Urban Economics Consultancy. Something else that I wanted to also to mention on the reviews. Yes, what the minister said in his speech last week, or in his feedback, he also mentioned that evaluations are now going to move from the Treasury to the Presidency. So we also need to get clarity on that in terms of how the information is going to flow, or whether it's an improvement or not. But we definitely as Parliament need to get clarity on that transfer function as well. Thank you.
Siraj?
Yes, I'm coming in. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not going to, in the interest of time, respond to 2 issues. The first one is on the issue of the Laffer curve, which has come up and keeps coming up. And we often respond a similar way, but maybe I just need to quickly repeat some of the things we said. The one important issue is that there is very little empirical support within countries, within locations, but also cross-country empirical analysis of the Laffer curve to show that that relationship actually exists. The other thing is then there's been work by the OECD in 2008, extensive work showing that when taxes are decreased, it doesn't actually support increased growth. And so also, and I think the US found that out during the first Trump presidency, and we're seeing a kind of a response by the opposition in the US to further tax cuts and large tax cuts in the US. There's a real concern that this is not going to be supportive of growth, but it's going to cause a large increase in the deficit. And that is another experience of that. In terms of the theoretical basis of the Laffer curve, we know that the behavioral responses, and there's been stuff done in behavioral economics, aren't as simplistic as the Laffer curve tries to indicate. And often when there are responses to increases in taxes, they're much smaller than one would expect from the kind of Laffer curve. And again, you know, we can refer you to empirical studies that talk about that. I'm not going to go into all the other ones, but I think we really need to think about the kind of justifications coming out of the media, the public sector, and the thinking where an idea like the Laffer curve that has very little theoretical or empirical support is used as evidence-based to support something. And I think it really makes us we have to question what we call evidence-based and what we don't. The second issue I want to deal with is sort of what is causing low levels of investment by large corporations in South Africa. And I would like to respond first by saying all those things that have been raised by the Honorable Bateman are things that we've expressed concern about in the past from the PBO, but also recognition that many of these issues are symptoms of high levels of economic concentration and high levels of inequality, rather than being the ultimate and fundamental reason for that. And so we've taken this into account. Also, I've studied extensively global corporate restructuring and understanding reasons for growth investment around the world. And if we look at the experiences of the high growth countries, and more recently countries like India and China, we see things like trusts, things like poor infrastructure, and maybe even include Germany nowadays in that, right? As being issues that do affect that, but those aren't the big issues. And the reason why the IMF, for instance, would put up issues like inequality and do a working paper on concentration in South Africa in economy, because these are clearly understood as major things that affect investment growth and employment creation, and it creates dynamics within an economy that lead to those symptoms: the erosion of the social fabric, the lack of trust, the levels of corruption, and the possibility for state capture. And we saw that happening even during the apartheid period. We saw in the late 70s and early 80s, as investment started to decline, but the growth of conglomerates and the power of large corporations increased. And with that, the growth in the concentration of wealth and income distribution in the country, we also saw those patterns unfolding, and we've seen those patterns across the world as well. So I think what I'm speaking from, I don't want, because I criticize evidence-based and how it can be used by different people for different things. But I do want to say that this comes out of my personal studying of these issues for a very long time, my understanding of the South African economy, how it's restructured within a global corporate restructuring, and how the global and South African economy has become financialized. And so I do not put these things into our reports lightly. I do not put it in to try and support one party against the other. And I really do not appreciate attempts to censor me and the kind of knowledge I bring to this process. Thank you very much.
Lucy?
Okay, I'm here. I'll just be responding to some of the VAT questions that were raised. I think in our presentation, members will notice that what we're really highlighting, and we're not really advocating for more zero rating. What we're actually saying is that zero rating is a blunt tool, and there's been a question about what kind of goods are included. And also to just raised to members that when the VAT increase was proposed in 2018, National Treasury actually extended the timeline in which people could respond, and that an independent expert panel was established to actually look into proposals of what other goods should be considered. So some institutions submitted about 33 zero-rated goods that they were suggesting that should be taken on. And of course, National Treasury in the end ended up taking up about 21. So I think a similar process in this case could be something that members could consider, as that also allows for opportunity for people to really express what is it that they consume. Just like members have raised, chicken feet and so forth might not be what people's desired purchases are, but then this is what they might buy because that's what's zero rated, assuming that, of course, like I said, that the benefit is extended to the consumer. I also think that in terms of the demand side impacts of VAT, we haven't modeled that, but in our research, we do find, where VAT increases, that there's at least temporary shocks to demand. So in the South African case, this might be true, but to basically say that this hasn't been modeled enough, which is why I emphasize the need for Treasury to and for government really to have done that 3-year review as they had promised. This also extends to the tax incentives. Government said they were going to do a systematic review of tax incentives, yet here we are, and we do not have that output. Maybe it exists somewhere in the world, and maybe Treasury and SARS can point us to it. But to say that that's an area that we need to look at specifically because tax incentives can reduce the effective tax rates of corporations. So, right, the statutory rate is 27%, but once you add those incentives, what do companies actually pay? Our incentives could actually be driving down that effective tax rates, what they actually pay. But also to re-emphasize what Suraj was just talking about in terms of the global experience, to say that the literature on austerity in the post-global financial crisis period shows that reducing taxes did not increase investment. So to really think about that and how, you know, reducing taxes for the wealthy particularly did not, or not for the wealthy, for business was the main study, did not increase investments. But to say that the argument for a wealth tax is that actually most wealth is actually what we call dead capital. So it is sitting in accounts and spaces and it's not being productively used. So one of the things we need to think about as our country in terms of redistribution, not just redistribution, but thinking about productive wealth and income, the way to do that is to redistribute it so that it goes to places or it's channeled to places where it could be more productively used. And then the last input was about, I just want to talk about the SRDs to really say that the 28 million is an emphasis, but to say 8 million of those people are obviously between the ages of 18 and 59, which means that the majority of people who receive grants are actually people who cannot participate in the labor market. And I think we must always reemphasize that because it makes it seem as though we are supporting the working people who are able to work, but majority of these people are vulnerable or be considered vulnerable groups of people. And in a country with such high unemployment, where many families rely on a singular person or two people who work, we have to consider how the inter-household inequalities reproduce themselves where people are unable to work. And so I think the question about a longer term SRD or basic income grant or whatever we want to call it is to say that, you know, our constitution is clear that everyone in our country has the right to social assistance and it is not age discriminatory. And so as a parliament, I think we need to be thinking about how we progressively realize the constitution. And this applies to all expenditure in the budget. How is it progressively realizing the constitution? So I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Tsepo, do you want to come in? There are a few issues there.
Thank you, Dr. DJ. There were questions around the statement we made around the proposal for expansion.
You're up. Just put your camera down.
Can you see me?
Yeah, much better. Excellent.
Apologies for that. Yeah, I was saying that there was questions around the proposal by the PBO for an alternative expansionary fiscal policy and linking that to the question that Honorable Maimane had asked about the question of growth. I do think that the first step to finding a solution to a growth problem is to properly diagnose the challenges plaguing the South African economy. In our view, the South African economy is not just supply constrained in the form of ports, rail, and electricity. But when you look at our high levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, those also certainly point to the reality that the South African economy is also demand constrained. So in order for the country to respond on one end to unemployment, poverty, and inequality, but also ensure that there's inclusive growth, we also have to invest in the demand side of the economy through things such as increased public investment in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, and social protection. And all of these are also determinants of long-term economic developments. And they could also help us in terms of the creation of jobs. They also boost aggregate demand, but also crowds in public investment, private sector investment. On the private investment aspect, when you look at the long-term trends of South Africa's investment trends, what you often see is that government spending in infrastructure always crowds in private sector investment. So in periods where we've seen increased government spending in public infrastructure, we equally saw an investment, a huge investment in private sector investment. And I think the 2010 World Cup is such an example. I also want to mention here is that the honorable member mentioned the fact that South Africa's fiscal multipliers are negative or low. I would also argue that there are other studies as well that point to the fact that South Africa's, or that estimate higher fiscal multipliers for South Africa that we can share with the honorable member in this regard. On the question about debt, I think I'd like to make the point that our approach to government debt has been purely seen as a fiscal policy phenomenon, which is driven solely by government's actions and best addressed through aggressive expenditure cuts. It overlooks the role of monetary policy that keeps real interest rates in South Africa higher than most countries, but is often portrayed as neutral and ineffective in many South Africa's escalating debt stock and debt service costs. In fact, the South African Reserve Bank frequently emphasizes that high government debt levels hinder the effectiveness of monetary policy. However, interestingly, the National Treasury in 2023 published a sensitivity analysis which illustrates how debt and debt service costs respond to key changes in key macroeconomic variables. The analysis found that 1 percentage point increase in inflation in interest rate combined with the R1 depreciation in the rand against the dollar leads to a 54.9 billion rand increase in our gross loan debt and a 6.2 billion increase in debt service costs. So I think what I'm trying to raise here is that there's quite an intricate link between fiscal and monetary policy, and emphasizing the importance of a coordinated approach to managing South Africa's debt burden. Then there was a question about our growth forecast. In my submission, I was referring specifically to, I was making the point that some of the forecasts that we've seen in terms of consensus data, including institutions like the IMF, they were making the argument around the 1.4 and 1.6% GDP growth. And as the director said, that the PBO at this point has not undertaken its own independent focused at the moment. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukundi. I don't think there's anything this side from your side. Mukundi?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Dantes. Yes, it's just the issue with regards to SO new bailouts. I just wanted to indicate that in this 2020, there's no new SOE bailouts. I was just updating on bailouts that were made previously, just that when entities meet certain conditions, then they are allowed to access some of that funding. So that I was just providing an update on that regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Chair, I think one thing I wanted to also, before I give it back to you, is just remind that we had previously established a practice whereby members can forward some of the issues they want us to cover in our analysis before we come in. I think we would like to remind committees that they can do that. Let's say when the budget is presented, you can send the questions or area you want us to cover before, so that when we come to present, at least we cover some of the areas that members would have expected to cover. In this way, we're able to ensure that we fully capacitate members in their role. Thank you so much once for the opportunities, and thank you once more. I give it to you, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Prof. I think last comment is very much important. Dr. Mbava, FFC?
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson, for the questions. I think I'm just going to ask maybe one question and then the research, and if there are any commissioners, they can also answer. Chairperson, the question from, I think it was Honorable Suwisa, with regards to the 14 days, did it happen or not happen? As I said before, the consultation is legislated. It's in the IGFR Act, and there's a reason why there must be consultation on members. I think maybe just to contextualize that, why must there be consultation? The consultation is to ensure that there are checks and balances on the budget process. The consultation is also to ensure that there is equitable resource distribution. the FFC, with its technical expertise, analyze the budget, which is quite complex, which requires specialized knowledge, and also the fiscal implication of what is being proposed needs to be analyzed. So we need to be transparent and be accountable in terms of how we engage in this process. And to answer the question, no. The 14-day window period where we were supposed to be consulted on the final division of revenue bill to be tabled, it was not done. So the FFC, as a constitutional institution, did not make any final input into the division of revenue bill that was tabled. That is a fact. Now, what is Parliament's role in this process? Parliament has the power to protect the constitutional role of the FFC to ensure that its mandate is implemented in accordance to the law. The Parliament has a role to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the budget process. So we leave it to Parliament. Now, I want to ask the head of research and his team to get into the questions with regards to the technicalities. Please, thanks.
Thank you kindly. And again, thanks for the questions. In the interest of time, I think I'll just do a eat all you can approach to these answers. Following my chairperson in saying in regards to the constitutional requirements, and remember, I do just want to remind honourable members, chairs, is that remember that all legislations herein under that section on finance and in the broader part of it, the FFC's recommendation ought to have been considered before it can be enacted. So just want to highlight that part. So to answer Honourable Beasley's points, with the FFC support the budget, I think that kind of answers it in a rather, I don't know if it's procedural or on the part of principle of economic research. The ways to cut down on leakages, as you can see, Honourable Chair members, hopefully it will be useful. And I'm very, I want to say, appreciate honourable members being so good at quickly picking up what we're trying to do in this submission. Because this time around, we looked at actual expenditures versus budget, meaning that there was there any over or under expenditure to show that where a department or government as it is in its implementation, if there is leftover money or if there is spending pressures, and also how the budget respond to it in terms of the medium-term budget planning process. Why not talk about the increase to SARS is because we're in the business as technical advisors in the business of, yes, sometimes we trust, but we most all the time, in fact, verify. And SARS, we have actually looked at their data. There are some concerning trends in terms of the PIT. So perhaps if SARS or some officials from SARS is in attendance of this meeting, perhaps we would like to give them a chance to go back and look at their PIT data, to look at the distributions, especially on the deciles of the income taxpayers, before we come and look at that again to speak to whether that potential of revenue raising or how efficiency or even more in case of this is more resource be allocated to hopefully improve if there are places to even improve. Debt service cost, I think, as I said in the opening, is that I think the most dangerous part in being a technocrat in a way is that self-confidence, over self-confidence. I just want to say, just lay out the facts. Honourable Chair members, Our 10-year bond yield just jumped 2% in February, right around the time of the first budget that didn't happen. What that means is that when investors lend money to government, they want 2% more on their interest charges. 5-year bond yield, earlier research team showed you regarding the redemptions, is also jumped up by 1%. And our current debt service cost, I think is Honorable Dr. Chair asked also about the guarantees, but obviously the total financing for 25-26 is 581 billion. And the guarantees is 600. It's all tremendous amount of cash and also exposures and fiscal exposures, I would really say in this vein. I think just one final thing on the expansionary fiscal policy is that we never consolidated. We've been expanding, spending beyond our means, racking up deficits, and I mean deficit in the main. The reason why we look at the main is because primary balance does not mean anything. The first thing that will be charged on that primary balance is your interest costs. So looking at primary balance is especially in a situation of a debt spiral, it does not really give a clear enough picture or sustainable picture to your debt into your fiscal environment. What it informs us down now to the subnational allocations, I think we can unpack them in much more detail when we come to the just on the divisional revenue bill itself. Growth forecast, yes, independent assumptions, and also just to assure on the process, because it is so important. I think it was Honorable Conqua that said that all your government planning, everything is based on this. Yes, so the assumptions is totally important here, and we do our forecast independently. And also, I should say, on the model itself, it's time that South Africa, from an econometrician's point of view, is we need to stop looking at all over the other places. We need to look internally, because our growth path and projections and actual error corrections have diverged. What that means is that we do not follow suit with or in line with other growth trends around the world. I should say even the Chinese, the economic 10-year economic plan meeting, they did not plan that 5% by just looking all over the place. They look at internal growth patterns and industries and sector diversifications and factors. So I think we should just look to the data and learn from that lesson, from the data itself. How to enhance growth, Honorable Chair, is that the general path of government, of course, and I saw that the committees that learned that the government has taken on this PPP framework. There's a concern, though more research, of course, can still go into it, is that the PPP framework in South Africa currently, as it stands, may suffer the unintended consequence of just being another public procurement process. I shall end there and then hopefully pick up on this again, as it will be in our annual submission for the divisional revenue come this May. As we have a chapter specifically on that matter, is where we unpack the process. Of course, we're also well aware that GTAC or some other units in Treasury has got the approval right. Yes, there is the 2 billion mark that assess it, but the problem is the process itself is very much just like government paying money for a service provider to come in and do things. And that does not leverage enough of what a PPP should be. PPP should be about public sector has got certain advantages and powers, permits, land, rights, and private sector has got money. Two parties have got different incentives. Ours is about service delivery and development. Theirs is about profit driven. So the point here is not that we must go pay. It shouldn't be. Because the point is the private sector, the moment they hear that, oh, you've got money to pay, of course they're going to pick it up. They're not going to, it's like maybe they were willing to pay some money, but now you are the first to say that here's some money for procurement processes. So the whole PPP could drop on its flat. So, Honourable Chair, members, I hope this has been most interesting, and we hope to pick it up again. Back to you, Honourable Chair.
Dr. Mbaba?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think that concludes our submission. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, Dr. Mbaba. Honourable members, our guests in the platform, as we conclude with the briefing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office. I think I want to emphasize this Parliamentary Budget Office and the Fiscal and Financial and Fiscal Commission, the FFC, for their comprehensive and insightful presentation. Members, I just want to indicate that it is uncalled for because PBO and FFC are here to assist us as Parliament to make the correct decision. And as Chair, I think I must warn members of this House to refrain from this behavior and not to drag these offices into the politics. As much as we are allowed to be critical, but let's do this constructively, honourable members. These institutions are constitutionally created to assist Parliament to do its work, and members will speak to their views and questions. And I think on every presentation, it is clear what is their role and responsibilities. On the PBO and the FFC, your expertise and analysis have helped us for your active participation and thoughtful questions. Your engagement today reflects our shared commitment to accountability and good governance. Before I draw the meeting to end, I would like to make the following announcement. And maybe before that, I would also want to thank my co-chairpersons, Dr. Masongani, Honorable Musimaimani, Honorable Lohase. And let me make the following announcement. Honorable Van Ryan, I think your comment on the chart is noted. The Joint Select and Standing Finance Committee next week will be held on Tuesday, the 25th March. Yes, the 25th of March. The committee will be considering public submissions on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals. And the meeting also will be virtual. I'm going to check if the Secretariat has got any announcement to make before I conclude with the meeting. Once again, thanks very much, honourable members.
It seems as if there are no other announcements, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks very much, honourable members. The meeting stands adjourned. And we are going to continue to be like this. And if you are not going to limit your contributions, because I know this is the time for public, contribution, because we want to know the media is watching you, is listening to everybody. So if you continue contributing more than the time, then comrades, honourable members, you are going to be like this. Thanks very much. The meeting adjourned.